eat at Milan.
Tell you, some stuff is wasted on you.
All the time.
That's why they're
Yeah.
Is this water? I'm sitting in water.
My understanding is that they have this coming.
Okay.
And I talked to them yesterday, so explained that it could be rather late.
Yeah,
And I called them today and explained it could be rather late. Krista is going to meet them, let them into the little sitting area across from Ann's desk. We have to open the doors, and then Krista's going to do it.
Got it. Okay.
No, I think that's,
I'd like to call the order of Milan Area Schools Board of Education Workshop Meeting for Wednesday, February 23rd, 2022. Would everyone please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance?
One nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you for everyone attending this evening. All board members are present. Thank you. Just a couple of recognitions before we start. Do want to recognize our school bus drivers. Yesterday, 2/22 was School Bus Driver Appreciation Day. So we appreciate all the work that they do and continue to do to transport our students safely to and from school and to their after-school activities. Also this week is Public Schools Week, so I'd also like to recognize all of our staff, our teachers, our parapros, all of our support staff that continue to do all the work for the students to educate them. We appreciate all their work as well. The first order of business, we're going to have a recognition from SETSEG Education, the SETSEG Education Excellence Award. I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Greg Gray from SETSEG.
Thank you. We're actually going to start with Mr. Wingard, and he'll kick it over to me.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you for having MASB be part of the MASB SETSEG Education Excellence Award. I'm Dale Wingard. I'm the Region 7 MASB rep for Region 7, which you're part of. I'm from Clinton Community Schools as the board secretary there, and I am on MASB's board of directors. And this SETSEG, we have been part of them since they created in 1970. And in 1998, we became part of the Education Excellence Award. So we've supported them with this program. It's my pleasure being here tonight to help present this award to Milan area schools. You have an excellent program, And now I'm going to turn it over to Greg.
Thanks, Dale. My name's Greg Gray. I'm the Employee Benefits Sales Manager at SETSEG Insurance, and we have had about a 51-year relationship with MASB. They're an excellent organization, and tonight it is our pleasure we get to co-host and recognize Milan area schools, and specifically Kim Jasper, principal, and Holly Fiedler, a social worker, for a program that they worked with the kids to implement. The Education Excellence Awards are hosted in partnership with SETSEG and MASB. The SETSEG Foundation is a philanthropic arm of SETSEG and is fueled by its mission to enable students to pursue enrichment opportunities that advance learning, leadership, and civic responsibility by providing services, scholarships, grants, and financial support directly to Michigan public schools and their students. Milan's program to create a trauma-informed school district is one of 10 extraordinary Michigan public schools programs selected to receive $2,500. By designating and training a trauma team within the district, educators can help those most at risk of engaging in risky behaviors and exhibiting behavioral problems in school. We hope the $2,500 grant will help further the program's success and allow them to reach more students. As winners, they receive not only $2,500 to grow their program, we will end up bringing them a Education Excellence Road sign we hope they proudly display, as well as this trophy that it's my pleasure now to give to Ms. Jasper and Ms. Fiedler. So thank you for your commitment to delivering an exceptional education, Milan area schools, to your students, no matter what the circumstances, and congratulations again to Kim Jasper and Holly Fiedler.
Thank you so much, and the board would extend our congratulations as well. Thank you. Thank you for coming. Next on the agenda is our educational program report. We have heard from Mr. DeSarbo at Paddock and Ms. Jasper for the middle school. Tonight, we have invited Mr. Shin and his team from the high school to give his presentation. Mr. Shin.
Thank you, Mr. Sislo and board. It's wonderful to be back in front of all of you, face to face and as a group. Thank you for having us and giving us an opportunity to share some of the positive, exciting things going on at the high school. With that, tonight I have with me Mrs. Erin Keel, ELA and media teacher, Mrs. Nancy Gill, one of our English teachers, and up until just before the meeting, I was supposed to have Mr. Hall, our athletic director, here to present. So I'm going to do my best to go over his slide as well, but we have some slides, and then we're going to end with a pretty neat video that one of our students did that Mrs. Keel will tell you about. So first things first, I think pictures sometimes are way better at telling a story than we are, but just back in action. It's really nice to have the students back in the building 100% of the time this year, and just some fun things that we had missed out on, and as some of you who have high school students in the building can tell you, they were just overjoyed to be back together. So we had some of our fun projects with Mr. Davies to get outside, our Halloween outfits here. Our teachers got into, our English department won the award in the top right there. It's great to have our marching band back in action with Mrs. Upton. As some of you who live nearby got to hear last fall, the homecoming event that we had outside had over 400 students, which is about 60% of our population. It was wonderful to see the energy and feel the energy with our students in the building, both inside and out with those students. Our DECA program was back up and running this year. Our door decoration at Christmas and holiday time, school store, which we'll talk a little bit with our revamp of the MCS, was back up and running. A big shout out to our tennis team this past fall. We've talked about that a little bit with the board, but they won a regional championship and a league championship for the first time ever. But the reason I put that picture there is the state championships were at the University of Michigan, and we had about 75 of our students who took their own time and had their parents excuse them, but went to the event, and we may or may not have been told to be quiet several times. We didn't quite understand the rules for cheering in tennis, and I was so proud of that because we were really excited. So that was fun, and it just goes to show the type of kids that we have. wonderful play that we had this fall, our FFA chicken contest, and then our homecoming assembly. So just a reminder of the good kids that we have, the positive attitude, and those type of pieces. It really was necessary for a lot of us to get back and together. So just some fun photos there. A few things, because I do want to let you know a little bit about the academic stuff that we are doing, that not everything over the past year and a half has been negative. It has allowed us to adapt and refocus some of our curriculum and instruction. One of those key pieces is the integration of our learning management system, Schoology. We were able in 2 short weeks to get all of our teachers on board, which some of you may know is not always the easiest thing in the world, but we've heard great feedback from parents with that. It has reminded us what education is all about, and as the state focuses on the whole child, the emotional learning piece, along with the academic, the extracurriculars, allowed us to look at some of our curriculum needs for those students. It has also shown us and talked to us about the emphasis on what students are doing outside of high school and remind us what they need, how they best learn, and fast forwarded some of that research and data that we've done. One thing that I would like to talk to you more about in the future is a focus on our work-study programming, increasing our access to on-the-job training. Again, the last year and a half has removed some of that red tape that sometimes traditionally is there with us and consortium schools to get kids working while in high school in the trades and jobs they want. So that's something that we're super excited about. And as we always have in Milan, we've continued to be innovative, and we'll talk a little bit more later on about the revamping of our MCIS program and the exciting things that we're doing down there. With that, one thing that each building has talked about, and I want to remind you all on, is we have always been, and we will continue to be about the mental health and well-being of our students. There's not a single new program on here, but I just wanted to remind the board and our community about the Trails programming that we have, which is focused on just cognitive behavior learning for our students, controlling your emotions, understanding the hows and the whys, knowing where you're at. We run that small units in our health class, and we also have cohorts. Ellie's Place for students who have losses in their life, deaths in their students. We have cohorts of students actually who just met today. We have a long-running relationship with the Peer-to-Peer Depression Center through U of M. They're an outstanding program. We run cohorts for that. Reaching Higher, that our counseling department runs. Again, a different type of emotional support for our students. And then something that we've been super proud of over the past and really recommitted to is a revamp of our SNAP program, Students Needing Accepting Peers. We actually created a class out of it. So 4th hour, we call it leadership for our students, and they're able to integrate with their buddies. Mr. Gillis and Mrs. Wilson with our transition program have done an outstanding job with that, and it's really created an opportunity for those students to work together on a daily basis as opposed to hodgepodge throughout the month. And we just see, I'm telling you, it's some of the most exciting, heartwarming piece for all the students involved, and it's great for the leadership of those students. So that's just a few things that we do, and I just, again, wanted to remind you that we do have that, and I would be remiss if I didn't point out that we have 3 outstanding folks in our counseling and social studies department with Mrs. Goffey, Ms. Kaiser, and our social worker, Ms. Salas. With that, I'm going to turn it over to Mrs. Keel to talk a little bit about our Big Reds Media Group.
Thank you. I do want to tag on to one thing that Mr. Shin said, which was about the jobs and things like that. One of the things that I've been really excited to bring back after COVID has kind of squashed it for a little bit is internships for the last 4 weeks of senior year for our seniors. So they're pursuing those opportunities right now. And that's just one more way to get them back into the community and back out into things that are way beyond what we can teach them in the classroom. So we're really excited to be pushing that with them, those that want to do that and be able to get those opportunities for them. So that ties with that. So Mr. Shin mentioned about revamping the MCIS, and as you guys know, that was I was a part of that for a long time, and so it was my baby, and that was a hard transition, but we have embraced it, and we've got some really cool things going on down in the space. It is still the MCIS. We kind of look at it in terms of it's now a creative way to look at how can business and industrial arts and video, and all of these different things, yearbook, photography, fit together to really create something that is still allowing our kids 9 through 12 to be involved in creative pieces. So we've got big ideas for that. We're, how many months into the school year, so we're not all the way there yet where we want to be, but we've got a lot of ideas on where we want to go with it, ways that we can collab. If you take a look down at the bottom of your sheets, and then audience in the Milan Big Reds basketball. So that was a really cool thing that we did in coordinating with my yearbooks class and then Mr. Davies' industrial arts and graphics class. We actually took preseason pictures of some of the seniors and students that the basketball team, the coaches knew were going to be on the team. We took shots in front of a green screen. And then Mr. Davies' class actually went in and created posters and things like that that we would eventually like to hang as banners and work with that being a little bit of a program that we can make some money on to put back into supplies. We were really blessed with a donation of this amazing plotter to add to our resources. And we can print on vinyl now and things like that. So instead of outsourcing those things, we'd love for that to be a little bit of a student-driven situation that they can work with the coaches and set up posters and things like that for their events and their fields. So that's super cool. We also got a donation of a glow forge. I don't know if you guys are familiar with it. If you're not, go look it up. It's super cool. Brand new machine. They donated it to Mr. Davies' program, and the students have blown us away with the stuff that they're making out of wood and acrylic and etching glass and all sorts of things. As far as my department of this, sorry, I gotta slow down for a minute. I have kind of taken on this idea of really trying to improve communication with high school students and staff, and just trying to rebuild a culture. We've been separated. We've been, losing the end of that first year and then going A day, B day. I wanted something to bring our group back together, to be more of a community and a culture that we've been missing. And so I brought back something called the Red Line, and my English classes spend a little bit of time doing some writing for the Red Line. And then we also have a Instagram and Facebook presence that we've been maintaining. Doesn't seem like a lot, but organically we've grown to 213 followers since we started back in September, and it's just continuing to grow. You can see some of the posts on the side. I've got a student that actually even today posted a reel, so like a little video of covering the snowball dance. So she put together some clips and put that up there just to keep culture going, keep it building. So that's something that we're really excited about. If you get a moment, go on, check it out, follow us, give us a like, whatever. That's a shameless plug. But it's just one more way to really get information out instead of just, okay, well, I have to follow this group and this group and this group. We're trying to share all the information through one Big Reds media group and give the students an opportunity to learn how to put a voice out there in an effective way. So I'm going to turn it over now to Miss Nancy Gill.
So, hold on, first I have to advance this. I am so excited to share this project with you tonight. The first thing I need to do is give a big thank you to Kathy Mee. She's our head librarian and media specialist. She has spent countless hours researching award-winning books, top books that are engaging for students for me, and I cannot say thank you enough. So here goes my inspiration for this project, American Voices. And I guess I should say that English 10 focuses mainly on American literature. We know that for hundreds of years, Americans have always strived to make their voices heard. Native Americans passing on their stories through oral traditions, revolutionaries arguing their points with precise oratory skills, soldiers recording their experiences in journals, slaves writing the narratives of their daily lives, women expressing their feelings of societal oppression, civil rights activists inspiring others to their cause, and playwrights capturing reality on stage. The last few years have reinforced my belief that people want their voice heard, This is the root of literature. In our diverse country, those many voices sometimes ring out in beautiful harmony and other times in grating cacophony. Regardless, each individual voice has value. Students in my class get the opportunity to read many great authors. Those authors who've created our literary canon. However, I also want them to have the opportunity to read diverse modern day authors who are creating our future literary canon. This project allows them to choose 4 different young adult novels on any topic by diverse authors, including Latinx, Native American, Black American, Female American, Asian American, LGBTQ plus Americans, and Americans with disability. From students emailing me, recommending books to me again, to outbursts in class when kids are upset that their book is over, or a student coming up to me and saying, "What's the next category? I already know what book I want to read next." I didn't realize those personal conversations that this project would end up giving me the opportunity to have. Now, the assessment for this project is so simple. I asked students to relate 5 things in the novel, be that characters, settings, conflicts, etc. I never imagined the personal written responses that I've received. There are many that I can't share, but up on the board I put a couple that I can. The thought that I can relate to this novel, Don't Ask Me Where I'm From, never would I thought it would hit home so much. And I realize there are other people who can relate with me and this novel. Sierra has a lot of problems and issues that I can relate to. I loved getting close to these characters and realizing I'm not the only one going through this. Being under the LGBTQ umbrella is quite scary and is something I struggle with. But it is great seeing representation in a book when it is so unusual to see it. I relate to Margot not because of a shared gender. I relate to her because she thinks and processes her thoughts and views in a very similar way to the way I do. She lets her losses get to her, but not to weaken her, but to strengthen her. The farther I got into the book, the more I realized the Precious was born a regular kid just like me, but growing up, we had different support systems. And last, Julia Del Rosario gave me a better understanding on how it feels for those who have lost a parent and how they can act fine and seem like a regular kid. I'm honored that they've shared this with me.
Thank you, Mrs. Gill. And our last one before this, I promised him I would do it in his same monotone voice, but I'm not nearly as good as Mr. Hall at that. For those of you that know, we love Mr. Hall. So I'll try my best. But something he has been very excited about over the last 3 years when he first got in here was to start our athletic leadership program. Yes, you might notice a theme about building young leaders, getting people involved. And it is very important that we're doing that in all of our extracurriculars, co-curriculars, clubs, and whatnot. But Robert has put a specific emphasis with his athletic leadership program. These are students in active seasons. So we have a fall, winter, and spring group. Each one of the sports has 1 or 2 individuals from that level that meets normally twice a month. And Mr. Hall has a set discussion process, if you will, but that really focuses on our core values as a district, as athletes, the importance of educational athletics, ideas to get student involved, and how we can be more inclusive. And his focal point is about leadership and what it takes to be a team captain. One of the most visual ways, if you haven't been to any of our games lately, the tennis regionals, swimming, the amount of students that are attending events over the last couple years has increased significantly. And a part of this leadership program is a core group of kids get together and have fun and bring themselves to other events and meets and such. And that's one of the most visible ways that I've had. The other piece to this, as I talked to you earlier about our work study program, we actually have 2 students right now, 2 seniors who's second semester. One is truly working for Mr. Hall as a athletic director's assistant, and another that's during a class period during the day, and then another student who's actually helping after school. So it's the first time in my career that I've ever had, even as a former athletic director, students who wanted to be me, and so it's neat to see with Mr. Hall working with those kids, whether they go into education or not, that it's something they're interested in, that they're working here and being a part of that. So that's just one piece of that. And the reality is that the more students we can get involved in that type of programming, the better. So I know he would do a better job overall, but hopefully I did that justice to say this is super important, and it's had some really outstanding outcomes from our students, and it's been neat to see grow. So good job to Mr. Hull for that. And we are going to end you with a little video Mrs. Keel is going to tell you about. It's 3 minutes.
All right, we're almost done, I promise. So I just wanted to tell you, this is a quick video about this is home, this is the place. And I hope that it resonates with everybody in this room. It's by a senior. He put it together all himself. And the other students actually just have resonated with it too. So I hope it just brings some joy to you guys, and you get to see some of the fun that these students have in high school.
It's going down. We're about to live it up, y'all. Let's go.
It's a big world, and now we're loving this city. It's our turn. So put your hands up, we on the big screen, and everybody's here living out our dreams. Dreams, whoa. Yeah, yeah. Been a long day. I know that you've been working hard, but it's okay. Can't wait to get it started, let's do it our way. And we don't really care about what they say, what they say. Don't be scared, take a chance, come on, give me your hand. It's time to laugh, time to smile, now let's get up and dance. Come on everybody, let's live it up. Let it out if you can't get enough. This right here gon' make you jump, jump, jump. This is it. This is the place. We break it out.
Get it ready to start the show. Put your hands up and let them go. If you wouldn't say, see us now, we riding now. LOL, we laughing now. Fresh car, top down. Wanna shine now, come shine with me. Run the city like a whole party. LUV, I love my city. Good life, who's coming with me? Bad times, we laughing now. Good times, we living now. Smile now, it's going down. Put it on replay, watch us now.
Turn it up right now. That's what's up right now. This is it right now. Whoa. I turn it up right now. That's what's up right now. This is it right now. Whoa. I turn it up right now. That's what's up right now. This is it right now. Whoa. I turn it up right now. 'Cause that's what's up right now. Hey, this is it right now. Oh, this is it. This is the place. We break it out. Here and now, we sing it loud, scream and shout, and turn it around. This is the place. We bring it out. Here and now, we sing it loud, just to get up and play it out. This is it. This is the place. This is it. Hey, yeah. It's a big world. Tonight we're loving this city. It's our turn. So put your hands up. We on a big screen, and everybody's here living out our dreams. Your dreams.
So thank you. Is it there? All right. Thank you for letting us present tonight. We had a wonderful time, and it's always great to show what our kids do here. We're very proud to be Big Reds, that's for sure.
Great. Thank Thank you, Mr. Shin and team. Excellent presentation. Thank you very much. All right, next up on the agenda is communications. This is time for public comments. Reminder, this meeting is a meeting of the Board of Education in public for the purpose of conducting the school district's business. It is not to be considered a public meeting. There are 2 times for public participation during the meeting as indicated in the agenda. I'm going to wait for the screen to go. When addressing the board, you will be asked to state your name. The board determines the amount of time granted to individuals or groups to speak. Each person shall be allowed to speak for up to 3 minutes, and I'll give you a 30-second warning. And when you hear the beeper go off, I'd ask you to please finish your thought. Board members may question speakers, but are not obligated to answer questions or make statements or commitments in response to issues raised by the public. In general, such items will be referred to the superintendent for advisement, investigation, study, and/or recommendation, or designated as future agenda items for board consideration. Is there anyone that would like to address the board? If so, you can come to the microphone.
My name is Justin Hobbs. Thank you for the opportunity. Brian, last August, you and I sat in your office and had a discussion one-on-one about a litany of different topics, including, of course, COVID-19, masking, what's normal, what's going to be normal, the timetable for making those changes. I thought it was a good discussion. I thought it was thoughtful and productive. And I remember asking if you knew anything about my background. You didn't, which was fine. I asked you what your thoughts on masking were and their role, and you responded with, you weren't 100% sure, but you thought they played a role in mitigation. And I agreed. I said there are definitely scenarios where masking can play a role in mitigation. But I had some issues with the way the county health department presented their recommendations with regard to cloth masks and the specific aims of their recommendation. And it was at that point, it was a line in the sand. Hey, I appreciate it. My hands are tied. If the health department says there's a mask mandate, there will be a mask mandate in Milan area schools. And I understood. I said, if there's a mask mandate, I understand your hands are tied. My son will come to school and he will follow the procedures that are laid forth, whether or not I agree with those policies. Now we're 2 years down the road since the train really went off the tracks. It's been 6 months since we had our discussion in your office. The CDC has changed their stance and presentation on masks, and the county health department has changed their official stance and opinion as well. If somebody comes to you and says, I want to mask, you absolutely should encourage that. But if others think that this is a personal decision and it should be left up to the families and the individual to make those decisions, you should absolutely support that. They don't have to be mutually exclusive.
30 seconds.
Brian, the time is now. The mask mandate needs to come down.
Thank you, Mr. Hobbs. If I could, we'll take applause, please, but if we just could not utter out at this time, the applause will be fine. Thank you. Yes.
Hi there, Jeanette Halliday. I am a 20-year Milan resident, Milan mom. I have a recent graduate who's now in college and a senior this year. And I really wanted to say thank you for doing what you could in a difficult situation, in a difficult year, to keep our kids as safe as possible, to keep our kids in school, because I know we all really wanted to get back to being in school and safe and have as close to a normal experience as we could in a healthy way. And it's been really great to see so much of that this year. I recognize that things are going to change, and I respect that, but I just wanted to say thank you so much to everything you've done, and to all of you for standing up to some really difficult situations, and I just thank you for giving my sons a great experience.
Thank you, Ms. Howard. Thank you, Ms. Halliday.
Ashley St. Clair. I wanted to get up here before you guys started getting like threatened with lawsuits and given many copies of the Constitution. If you guys don't know me, I own a tattoo shop in town, so my business is solely run under the guys from the Washtenaw County Health Department. And so as soon as the masking mandate started, we started masking up at the studio. We've always followed the Washtenaw County Health Department guidelines. And I know that from the beginning, that's what you guys said that you were going to do, that you would also follow the county health guidelines. And so I'm not that parent that's take the masks off our kids, I'm going to sue you. I'm also not the please leave the masks on our kids. I'm in the group of parents that whatever choice you guys make, my kid's going to decide whether or not he wants to wear a mask. I personally think that it should be a choice at this point. If you guys have said that you want to follow the county guidelines, that's what I do. That's my piece on the masks. I also wanted to come because I know that we have a lot of community members here tonight, and a lot of people not from the community who seem to be very interested in supporting our community, which is super cool. So we have the Daddy-Daughter Dance. Saturday, May 14th, I'm on Parks and Rec. So if anybody's interested, we have the Daddy-Daughter Dance on Saturday, May 14th. We have our Mother-Son Dance on Friday, June 10th. Parks and Rec is also hosting our annual Easter egg hunt. That's at Wilson Park. That is on Saturday, April 9th. The night before, Friday night, can be for big kids coming and doing flashlight Easter egg hunt. They had a blast last year when they did it. And then we are also having on Tuesday the 26th, a CPR and first aid training class. So I really hope that a lot of the parents that came here tonight aren't in the district show the same support for our district and our community, and come and help us support the Milan Parks and Rec. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Sinclair.
My name's Mackenzie. I'm a 10th grader here at Milan High School, and I'd like to start off by saying that I know that whatever I say up here is not going to change your vote, but I come from the minority perspective. I looked at the votes that were made from the community, but whichever that you all decide, I would like there to be more support for mass students. There are many students that are high risk and immunocompromised. These students need to be able to also feel safe in school. It is an option for kids to not wear their mask. If you decide that is an option for kids to not wear their mask, but kids who do wear their masks need to be able to feel safe. Allowing students to request a partner for close partner work that wears a mask, to ask that a teacher put on a mask if they have to get in within the 6-foot bubble, to let them go virtual for a couple days if COVID cases rise, and also allowing teachers the chance to ask a student to put on a mask if they have to get in the 6-foot bubble, to let teachers and students who live with immunocompromised people, live with people who are in those vulnerable health groups, the chance to feel safe. And also, there are students, even now, I have had kids who've made comments to me, have made rude comments to me that I wear 2 masks, that I'm not smart, that I haven't read anything, but I want to be able to choose to wear my mask and not have issues from other kids. I would like to be able, just because I can stand up for myself, there are other kids who can't. So that there are systems and stuff in place so that kids who are getting harassed by kids, for if they continue to wear their mask, that there are repercussions and those kids can feel safe. Thank you.
Thank you, Mackenzie. Thank you, Mackenzie.
My name is Andrea Benning, and I'd like my comments to be accurately noted in the meeting minutes. As a matter of public awareness, the board has discontinued summarizing comments in the meeting minutes. If you would like your comments to be included in a printed, accessible public record, you must explicitly request that your comments be noted in meeting minutes. While board meetings are being recorded and are currently available on a digital platform, as we saw from the ESSER Zoom meeting, technical errors do occur, and there's the possibility that past recordings can be lost. Maintaining accurate minutes, including commentary, is assurance that positions and concerns held by stakeholders and board members, as well as action items requested by the community, can be accessed should recordings fail. Accuracy in recording minutes and transparency in public meetings with elected officials is extremely important. Second, I'd like to continue prior communication between us by asking a couple of questions and stating some concerns. I sent an email in regards to the language of the community survey. In an email response from the board, it was noted that the survey was only one measure of input that would be used. The reply stated, there are additional feedback mechanisms that will be considered, such as public comments at the meeting, emails to the board, staff survey, etc. In good faith, I ask, how is the board processing this additional feedback objectively? There's been a lot of communication from the community, and I'm wondering how you keep your personal views on such a divisive matter from unintentionally influencing the weight you give from each form of feedback. In a phone call last week, Mr. Gearbaugh gave me some insight as to how he considers decisions and the impacts they have on the district. I'm looking for insight from the board on how you make your decisions. Explaining how you have taken into consideration all the responses you've received would help us to understand your process and would go a long way toward restoring trusted communication. Additionally, my concerns with the survey remain. In no way was an option given for true choice for families to use or not use a mask as a mitigation strategy. The options given do not accurately reflect what I or other people would choose. It's concerning because this is not just about following health department guidelines. Milan's superintendent and board voted to put a mask mandate in place before the health department mandates were issued. This initial mandate was made without accurate assessment of what stakeholders would choose. As this agenda item largely impacts our students, and at recent meetings it has been said that we are neglecting to ask our students for their input and perspective, I'm wondering why this survey wasn't posed to our students, specifically at the middle school and high school level. They are of an age where they should be learning about community participation and are looking to be heard by their community. This would have been a perfect opportunity for a power time or team room lesson in those grade levels. While I recognize that you're responsible for making policy, it seems to me that this is one issue that student voices should have been sought out and heard. And I'll end with this. We're beginning the third year of living with COVID. It's no longer the mystery that it initially was. It is time to move forward with upholding the right that people can choose their own choices regarding masks and mitigation strategies. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bennett.
My name is Lexi Keel, and I'm a junior at the high school. I want to start off by saying that I am not here to yell or disrespect at any of you, because I have too much respect for myself to be doing that. I was recently given two options with my CNA consortium class: get vaccinated or lose my CNA. I had to choose between having my freedom to not get vaccinated taken away or to have my dreams of working in the medical field taken away from me. We all hang out after school together on the weekends without our masks on. So how does it make any sense to come back to school and wear a mask to be around the same people we were just with? Why should teachers have to tell the students to put on their masks during school when they were all just together hanging out without their masks on the night before? Me not wearing my mask is not going to kill anyone. If not wearing a mask was that life-threatening, then the health department would not give you, as a school, the freedom to make it optional. When looking at the numbers that are going to be referred and referenced tonight by multiple individuals, the masks are causing more harm than good. The schools with masks have a higher positive COVID student population than those who have been without masks the entire school year. So how does it make any sense to force your students to do something that isn't even making that big of a difference? I'm not asking you to take the masks away. I'm asking you to make them optional. I'm asking you to think about all of the students, not just the ones that want masks. It being optional satisfies both parties. I have said what I came here to say. What you decide to do with my statement and the information given you is up to you. I just ask that you will take some time to think about what I left you guys here with today. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Keel. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Jacob Bennick, and I'm a junior here at Milan High School. Recently, Mr. Gearbaugh sent out a public survey asking about community standing on the mask mandates. Being a Milan High School student, I see how the student body feels about the mandates every day. Students from diverse backgrounds and viewpoints oppose wearing masks in our schools. Furthermore, many students at MHS attend a school walkout to protest the mask mandates. A large part of our community is opposed to the mask mandates. Sending out a survey implies that you as board members are willing and ready to listen and consider the will of the people. I hope that you will listen to the students here tonight and to the rest of the community standing up for individual choice. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bennick.
I stand in front of you today as a member of the community and a mother to a 5-year-old son who's involved in the elementary school. I also stand in front of you today to represent the voices of some children who are afraid to speak for themselves. I'm going to read a story from a senior from last year who graduated from your high school. I represented the senior last year who was contact traced. My test was inconclusive. Because of this, I was forced to miss the regional championships of the sports. My team qualified for the states, but because I wasn't on the roster for regionals, I had to sit out the state championships. Also, I cheered my team from the sidelines. During my quarantine, I also had to miss honors night, where I was awarded a scholarship, in addition to the one and only choir concert during my last year in high school. Like almost every other student, guaranteed the past 2 years, I never had COVID. My goal is to not stand in front of you and force your decision. Nobody likes that. As past executive board member to multiple companies, I understand the responsibility it is that you guys sit in front of a community and base your results on that community's outcome. I stand in front of you today to take a look at the additional problems that these masks have divided our people. They're dividing our children. They're causing additional mental illnesses that is being overlooked. I stand in front of you today to ask you to consider the bigger picture that COVID is causing.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Paul Wood, and I came here tonight to talk, to say a couple things. I am a third grader student at Simon's Elementary. From my point of view, I don't think we should wear a mask because I can't focus or breathe. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul.
Hi, my name is Owen, and I'm in 4th grade. I really think we should not have to wear masks anymore. I play hockey and wrestle. Every weekend, I'm either in a hockey rink or a gym with lots of people, and masks are not required. I think it should be our choice. Thank you.
Thank you, Owen.
Hello, my name is Dylan Kreiner. I am a 5th grader at Simon's Elementary School. Today I wanted to share one of the many reasons I don't want to wear masks at school. I jog 20 minutes a day at wrestling without any struggles We do not wear masks at wrestling. Every Wednesday I have gym and we jog for 2 to 3 minutes with masks. I can barely breathe and sometimes I feel like I'm going to pass out. I have the right to breathe. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Dylan.
Hi, my name is Kamina Kaina, and I am in kindergarten, and when I wear a mask at school, my teacher can't hear me. I have to use a microphone. I want to be heard at school. Thanks for listening.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Lindsay Kreiner. I'm a mother of 3 children, 2 of which just spoke, that attend Milan area schools. My third couldn't be here because she has a sore throat, and we're doing the right thing in keeping her home. I'm also a teacher in the toddler room at Simons Elementary. I'm here tonight to advocate for myself, my kids, and the toddlers in my classroom. I was ecstatic to learn that Washtenaw County decided to lift the countywide mask mandate, then very disappointed to learn that Milan was considering continuing with the mandate anyways. Any independent data that masks are effective against the spread of viruses is inconclusive at best. And at what cost? For some kids, wearing a mask is not a big deal. But for others, including my own, it is uncomfortable and distracting. For the first month of kindergarten, my daughter cried every day. Not only did she have to adjust to leaving me for the first time, but she also had to adjust to wearing a mask all day. She repeatedly came home from school and told me that and still tells me that she hates to wear a mask. One day when she came home from school, I asked her what her favorite part of the day was. She replied with, "When I got to go to the bathroom and take my mask off for a minute." That literally broke my heart. I feel like masks are ruining her kindergarten experience, and I feel helpless because I know she needs an education, but I can't help but feel like I'm failing as a parent. Moving on, because I know my time is limited, I would like to share one of my experiences in my toddler classroom. I have a coworker who recently pulled down her mask to scratch her face. One of the toddlers looked at her teacher, who she spends time with every week, and asked, "You have a mouth?" It is a sad reality that we are in a classroom with kids 40 hours a week, and they don't even know that we have mouths. Not to mention, they have never seen our smiles. Sometimes, while I'm singing to the toddlers, they will attempt to pull my mask down. I have to pull it back up. They just want to see my mouth move. They want to see my expression. They want to see me smile. They're at the age where they are developing language.
30 seconds.
Also, when the toddlers are wearing masks, it makes communication impossible. Toddlers are hard to understand in the first place, but if you put a mask on them, they lose their voice. All I'm asking tonight is please let me smile. Make my kids smile by uncovering everyone's smile. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thank you, Lindsay.
My name's Crystal Wood, and I would like my words to be recorded in the minutes, please. Tonight, I would like to talk about the mask mandate from a parent and medical point of view. I've been a nurse for 15 years. During this pandemic, I've had many jobs. One of my jobs is to evaluate patients for COVID symptoms and measuring patients' proper oxygen saturations. It's been in my experience that I've seen oxygen saturations drop while wearing masks up to 5 points. A normal oxygen saturation is between 95 and 100 for a normal healthy person. I am a healthy adult. While I'm at work, running around, wearing a mask, my oxygen saturation can be 92%. And if I was in a hospital, they would be putting oxygen on me for hypoxia. Hypoxia can lead to shortness of breath, headaches, confusion, restlessness, rapid heart rate, coughing, and loss of focus. You are expecting children to run around like this all day in gym class, throughout their day. My daughter, who attends Simons Elementary, she's reported having frequent headaches and falling asleep in school with healthy sleep patterns. This is evidence best practice that proves wearing cloth mask over your face is not an effective barrier against COVID-19 and other viruses. In spite of all the evidence, there are people that still believe that masks still are effective. Tonight, I request that you drop the mask mandates and give our children a choice. Allow them to see your smile again.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Charlie Wood, and I go to Simons Elementary School, and I'm in 4th grade. From my point of view, I don't want us to have to wear masks because our friends and teachers can't see our faces and smiles. Second of all, it makes me dizzy and I get headaches. I used to go to wrestling and ran for 3 minutes and without a mask. But now I go to gym class without a mask, with a mask on, and I run for 2 to 3 minutes. And I barely can breathe. Third of all, I can't focus because it's distracting and itchy. Lastly, they don't help. It's like taping paper to your face. I want to see my teachers and friends smile again because it's sad you can't see their face anymore. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Jamie McElvaney. I'm a Milan community member. The Michigan Revised School Code, which is the law that this board must abide by, has code 380.10, which says that this board is required to provide a safe and positive environment for the students. Covering their faces and blocking their oxygen for going on 3 years now is anything but a safe and positive environment. School Code 380.1504 states that schools are not authorized to do compulsory medical treatment or physical exams on students. The definition of compulsory is required by law or rule. If forced testing healthy children to make sure they're healthy enough to be around other students is not considered a compulsory physical exam, then I don't know what is. And as far as medical treatments go, if you are told to put this sling on, so to help your shoulder, that is a medical treatment. If you are told to put this wrap on to stabilize your ankle, that is a medical treatment. If you are told to put this pressure sleeve on to better your circulation, that is a medical treatment. So if you are told to put this rag over your mouth and nose to help you not catch a virus, that is a medical treatment. And code 380.1504 says you are not allowed to do required medical treatments. And now at this point, I had to alter my speech because just 2 hours ago, we had a huge win in the state of Michigan regarding School Code 380.11A3B, which states that school boards have the responsibility of the safety and welfare of the students. This is the code that all schools across the state have been hiding behind to enforce mask mandates. Well, 2 hours ago in the extremely liberal Kalamazoo County, a judge just ruled that this code is unconstitutional. And Comstock school kids where the lawsuit was filed must be unmasked immediately. The judge ruled that if the children continue to be masked, that there will be irreparable harm done to the students. And since this ruling, other extremely liberal schools in Kalamazoo have also dropped their mask mandate. So from this point forward, we do not need you to protect our kids from the COVID sniffles. We need you to help us protect them from the mental health crisis that's been nationally declared by the American Academy of Pediatrics, the American Academy of Child and Adolescent Psychiatry, the Children's Hospital Association, the CDC, and the U.S. Surgeon General, who states this urgent public health crisis requires all hands on deck to address the public health crisis that we are seeing in our children. Our kids need to go back to normal. We all told you this was going to happen. That's no surprise to us. We warned you and you didn't listen. Suicides are up by 350%. You can't get a child in to see a counselor for literally over a year. So that is the safety and welfare that you need to be focused on. If
30
people in
seconds.
this room want to put masks on their children from now until eternity, that is unfortunately their choice. But you do not have the right to put your fear onto other people's children and tell them that you care about their safety more than their parents do. Just because you want a double or triple mask, wear masks outside, get vaccinated, and still have your family wear masks in your house, that is not our problem. That insanity is your problem, and that is exactly what this is, pure insanity. We all know these masks do not work, and it is time for the insanity to stop.
Hi, hello, my name is KJ DeMars, and I would like my minutes added in the meeting. From day one, I have been against masks.
Caden? I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, was it Caden?
I'm sorry.
KJ.
KJ.
Yeah.
KJ.
Okay.
DeMars.
Mars, okay, thank you.
Thanks, KJ.
Yeah.
Thank you.
From day one, I have been against masks, but didn't want to have another year without my friends. I listened to how we needed to follow wash and not #CDC guidelines. Well, now they are saying it's your choice, and now you want to take it away. It's funny how now you have the power to do that. Once one of the last meetings, you said COVID numbers were low in our school, yet tons of my friends and teachers were out and of school, but they wore masks. I started a petition, for students that are done with masks but are scared to speak for themselves. So these are all the names of all of them. Brady Brown, Noah Allen, Parker Bovenkirk, Elijah Cartwright, Ty Neworth, Caden Offerman, Cooper Kimberly, Alec Ensign, Joe Edmonds, Gage Happel, Dawson Obish, Emma Budd, Lauren Fairbanks, Sierra Moore, Emma Kimball, Olivia Henry, Braden Gotts, Max Jennis, Gary Linzel III, Wyatt Barton, Nick Hurd, Jaden Hartman, David Dyrish, Risk Beck, Blake Greenwood, Jordan Vinson, Abby Bortles, KJ DeMars, Tyler Marks, Luke Ponard, Mariah Steins, Isaac Cardick, Summer Moore, Brody Lopez, and Nathan McGraw, Evan Rosenthal, Mark Corelli, Aubrey Steuben, Layla Daniels, Kara Byans, Cole McElvaney, Carson Bogger, Christian Ballard, Kimario Jackson, Tim Staple, Madison Paris, Haley Bolinski, Natalie Tracy, Riley Marchand, Reagan Pena, Jaden Donahue, Cooper Scarborough, and
I'll finish for you. My name's Kurt DeMars. I'll finish his petition for him. Forgive me, board and community. I don't know all these students' names by heart, so I may get some of them wrong or not read it well. Tyler Bain, Grant Sanders, Gabe Keel, Caden Fairbanks, Austin Brody, Zach Straub, Lewis Wired, Jonathan Steeb, Jordan Robertson, Jackson Warman, Jules Meads, Angelina Pena, Kyle Ballard, I believe this is Kimario Jackson, Kennedy Bruck, Bren Paris, Emma Garnes, possibly, Ava Demond, Tony McCain, Brady Brown, Noah I'm sorry, did you already start this one, KJ? Okay, then I'll finish and use my time. I just want to say how proud I am of that young man for standing up for what he believes in. And I just want to say, you guys have a fabulous community. I was, like many folks in this room, I was in Saline last night. There were very few students that spoke. And for reasons that were already mentioned tonight, on the contrary side of this issue, there are many of your students that will not stand at this mic because they're afraid of the bullying, to speak against mask wearing, or just the choice. I've been here before, you guys know my position. I spoke about it in August. I emailed you. You know how my son stands for it. We're not about bullying people that want to wear a mask. We support them to have a choice, okay? But we want our choice, okay? And as others will speak tonight, you guys are out of line in the decisions you've made and are considering to make by enforcing these masks, by making a mandate. It's inappropriate, okay? But I just want to go back to your community. You've had some students that are old enough to come to this mic on their own, okay? And there will be some that will say, oh, these parents brought their little kids and wrote a story for them to say. But you've had some old enough to write their own, come and stand at this mic. And I watched your last meeting. I was unable to be here. And you guys drooled all over the student that was able to come here and speak their truth, which I fully support, by the way. That young lady, I talked to her prior to this meeting as well, and I fully support what she did here. And it's a huge issue, mental health. But there are a lot of students that are afraid to come here and stand at this mic and speak because of the bullying they receive for not wanting to wear a mask.
30 seconds.
It has divided us in this country, guys. Not just this community. We've allowed the media and our government to divide us as people because we differ in opinion on an issue. And some of it very educated opinions, okay? So how we're treating this issue is awful. And to have people come up to this mic and be snarky and make, pointed comments at the community members based on the position they're trying to take, that's not helpful. We need to remain respectful and speak to each other cordially. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. DeMars.
Hi, my name's Cameron Ackley. I'd like my speech recorded in my minutes. This is the other half of the mask petition. Mackenzie Perez, Nancy Height, Dalton Hyde, Connor Woj, Andrew Antka, Ryder Knox, Jed Isaacs, Ricky Bobby, Ronnie Johnson, Taylor Hawley, Sydney Bain, Brady Bovenkirk, Zach Cornell, Shay Bean, Chris Vambersky, Kelsey Stamper, Maddie Kemperis, Olivia Stevens, Stephen Gondetti, Richard Bird, Jesse Brockman, Cameron Dietrich, Cami Heath, Noah Elias, Jordan Roberson, Lake Foster, Jackson Poling, Kenny Laporte, Luke Brockman, Caitlin Nabeck, Heidi Hatfield, Lillian Rose, William Gaskell, Cameron Ackley, Jackson Morowski, Evan Miller, Camden DeMars, Will Hurd, Nathan Napier, Mark Corelli, Cami Heath, Haley Dunn, Hayden Ritchie, Gavin Cruz, Gunnar Cruz, Ella Cummings, Riley Lopez, Gwendolyn Jones, Larry Schock, Luke Gebhardt, Avery Powell, Eliza Hobbs.
Thank you.
Hi, my name's Gunnar Cruz.
I'm a virtual student and a freshman here at Milan, and I was one of the lead coordinators of the walkout that happened here today. We did this walkout because we wanted to stand up for the rights of the students inside the school and voice our concerns. It was to my understanding that the superintendent Gearbaugh approved of the student-led peaceful walkout. However, I do not think this was the case. If you supported the walkout, why did you have teachers and adults stationed in the hallways telling kids who were walking out to put their mask on? Another reason I think that you did not support this walkout is because you made the students sign out of the school, meaning they could not come back inside once they were done with the right to express their speech. Is this supporting the moment of expression? If kids can leave the school for a doctor's appointment and come back in, how come the students protesting could not? It is not like they were skipping school. I was one of the kids inside the school who were trying to direct traffic for the kids who were walking out, and I was kicked out of the school for helping with the walkout. Why? This is not supporting the walkout. You were trying to make it harder for the students to express their freedom of speech. To me, it appears that these actions of the teachers and administrations were bullying students into staying inside and not participating. I want truth and transparency from the school administration. You teach and preach to students to be honest and credible. I expect the administration to practice what they preach.
Hi, my name's Ryder Knox. I'm a senior here at Milan, and I feel like you guys need a point of view from a student. And I've been here all 3 years that COVID's been going on. I had sports seasons taken away from me. I've had dances taken away from me. I couldn't go to school all the time last year. And I've actually had COVID myself. So I feel like I've been here long enough and seen all the stuff that's gone down, and I feel like I should state my opinion about that. And I've missed so much stuff, and it sucks, and I don't want to be sent home again because of COVID or an outbreak or anything like that. But I also feel like it's just not normal, students wearing masks everywhere and the limitations that we have. Given that, I feel like us as students and our parents should have the option of choosing whether to wear a mask or choosing to wear a mask, and should be supported fully either way. I also believe that with the health department's new recommendations on not having to wear a mask and that we don't have to wear masks in other public places, I feel like it should be the student and their parents' choice on what they do with masking and whether they do it or not. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Knox.
Hi, my name's Avery Powell. I'm a sophomore here at the high school. I am reading this for a student that goes to Milan. I'm not sure if it's a student at Paddock or Simons, but this student says, I am a special needs child at Milan who has cerebral palsy. I have a hard time walking so my para usually meets me at the door to help me get to class. Sometimes she isn't able to be there, and one time I got pushed around by all the kids coming in, and the door hit me in the head, which can be really hurtful for me. My mom really worries about me falling, as it can be very dangerous. I wish my mom could have walked me into class, but the school told her no, so she had to take me home that day, and I missed a whole day of school because of it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Powell.
Hello, my name is Elias Hobbs, and I would also like to request that my statement be recorded in the meeting minutes. I am a sophomore here at Milan High School, and I am here to request that any mask policies be rescinded and no other mask policies be put into place. This is my third year of education during COVID, and honestly, my education life and my general life has been disrupted by COVID. It's time to move on. After 3 years, we understand COVID. We understand how it is no different from the common cold, which on the surface, before COVID was a thing, we were never sent home for if we had the sniffles or if we had a slight cough. We were told to tough it out. In fact, I can remember once my 8th grade year that I had to tough out the entire day with a fever that I honestly felt like I was going to pass out the entire day. I was told to tough it out, and I did. Masks nor any other measure will eradicate the virus. So what is the point of continuing to force students and staff members to wear a mask? It has been proven, it has not been proven that masks stop any virus, because a virus is much smaller than any cloth or paper particle that would be provided from a mask. And as district officials, you took an oath of office to uphold constitutions that also support that, that support that you are supposed to defend our freedoms as a student. Wearing a mask or not to wear a mask is a freedom that has been taken away from me, which in retrospect, it should be up to the parents and to the students whether they should wear a mask or not. It is a medical treatment, and medical treatments are not up to the school for students. I'm sorry that I seem to be rambling here, but it's all true. I just want to get this off my chest. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hobb.
My name is Gavin Cruz. I'm a virtual student at Milan High School, and I'm here to support my fellow classmates in their fight against forcing students and staff to wear masks at the school. I've always been a big believer in freedom. However, the ability to make your own decisions has been taken for granted these past couple of years. I don't think people realize how important freedom is, especially to kids. These last couple of years have been hard for everyone, I understand, but that doesn't mean my freedom and our students' freedom should be snubbed because of your irrational fear. That's the beauty of freedom. If you want to wear a mask or not, go ahead, but why force someone who is not afraid to wear one just to make you feel safe? Why must you continue this tyranny when I have a greater chance of dying in a car accident than I do from COVID? I guess that's just the difference between us. You think the people of this community elected you to push your political ideology. However, I think you were elected by the people to provide an education that fosters diversity of thought and freedom. For the last year, most of you have sat up there and squabbled over what the 1% need, but never about what the majority of students have wanted: no masks and mental health support. The school board has been preaching, wear a mask, wear a mask. But what I find hard to understand is why I have to wear a mask to go into the school, but not to attend indoor basketball games or volleyball games. Why is it when I walk into the front office to pick something up, the ladies at the front desk aren't wearing masks, but as soon as I come in, they put them on? I'm tired of the double standard. Do as I say, not as I do. As a student, I want to be proud of the school that I grew up in, and I want other students to be proud of it too. But how can I be proud of my school when it takes away my voice as a student? Many of the other students I talked to during the walkout told me they felt the same way. It's time our voices as kids are heard. If you can allow kids to choose their genders, kids should be allowed to choose whether or not they want to wear a mask or not.
My name is Tommy Pale. Why won't you let me to breathe fresh air? Fresh air is good for you. Only doctors and ninjas need a mask. No more mask for me. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is, did I turn it off? Okay, Murphy Pear. I represent the kindergartner whose mom just found out I have hearing loss in both ears. The doctor at U of M said it's common for kids to not be diagnosed until they are 5 years old or older. It's a really good thing my mom fought to do school of choice so I could go to Dundee, where I don't wear a mask and my teacher doesn't either. My mom was really sad when she found out I couldn't hear very well, especially when she realized how much I have learned to rely on lip reading. It would have been really hard for me to learn this year if she hadn't moved me to Dundee. She feels bad for any other students at Milan who might have undiagnosed hearing loss.
Thank you, Ms. Pear.
Gavin Cruz is going to be giving you guys some literature that I need you to have. Apparently, someone knew I was going to bring it, so I figured I'd get one of your own high school students to hand it out to you. It is the Constitution of the United States of America. I recommend that you read it. So my name is James Stewart. I'm from Manchester, Michigan. And you know what? Our kids walked into school on September 7th, 2021, unmasked. Hundreds of millions of people saw our video. And it's not because it was bad. It's not that they were bad. It's because hundreds of millions of people across the U.S. applauded them. That's the truth. I have proof. I have fact. So I'm not here to explain my intellect on COVID or masks because it's not important. I'm here to state my resolve about what you're doing. You are breaking your oath to the Constitution of the United States of America, the 10th Amendment. Ask yourself, if Joe Biden cannot force mandates, can you? If Gretchen Whitmer cannot force mandates, can you? What makes you think that the health department has any power? When does the health department make legislation? I hear the board members saying lawful mandate orders. Where's the law? Show me the legislation code. Take me away in cuffs. I don't have a mask on. Where's the police officer that can arrest me for no mask? You're breaking the law, the constitutional law, the 10th Amendment to start with. I have a constitutional lawsuit going. I'm going to win. Because as other people have said before, we're winning across the state. You need to ask yourselves, do you believe that you're on the right side of history right now? Do you? Are you betting people? What are your odds of coming through this without having to pay for what you've done? Because with a virus that has a 100% survival rate, I do not, yeah, it's near 100%.
Please.
So,
Please.
no, don't interrupt me. I'm making statements. I don't want to, I'm
order,
talking.
order.
I'm talking. I'm being interrupted, so start my time over. So, Jimena Lovelock of the Washtenaw County Health Department has not sworn an oath to the Constitution of the United States of America. Did you know that? That was through a Freedom of Information Act that we did on her. That is your health official that you're hiding behind right now. Do you think that she's going to protect you when these lawsuits of constitutional infringement come down? No. None of these people are. You all swore an oath to the Constitution. I am begging you to hold it, to uphold it.
30 seconds.
You guys have a choice to be on the right side of history. You don't have the power to unmask these kids, nor do you have the power to mask them. I'm telling you right now, we are not standing for this. Anybody that's with me, stand up right now. Let's show them who's here.
Please.
This isn't going anywhere. I highly recommend that you rethink your stance on this garbage masking, which is about power, and your power is at an end. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Erin Held. I'm a parent of 3 children in the district. They too have been wearing masks since March 13th of 2020. I've heard a lot about bullying this evening, a lot about constitutional rights. I just want to thank you for following the health department's guidelines of Washtenaw County. And, you know, I'm also a teacher, and as a teacher, something we teach children is about our core democratic values of the United States of America. One of those core democratic values is called the common good. And common good is doing what's best for the whole, for the majority, to keep everyone safe. And I appreciate that you have been doing that for our children, for our staff, and our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Held.
Hello, my name is Annette Kennedy. I would like my statements recorded in the minutes, please. Thank you. I live in Chelsea. I have 2 children who are in an early college program, and they are considered students of Milan. Although they don't attend Milan High School, they do swim for Milan. I do have 3 health conditions which caused my doctor to write me a medical mask exemption. My doctor is an MD practicing in Michigan currently. In September of 2021, I was at my daughter's swim meet, and some unidentified man came and tried to force me to wear a mask right here in Milan High School. After I told him that I had a medical mask exemption, he told me I had to clear it with Mr. Gerbaugh. I contacted Mr. Gerbaugh the next day after Mr. Gerbaugh got back in touch with me. He insisted that I come and show him the letter. On October 1st, I had a friend drive me to Milan High School to meet with Mr. Gerbaugh. I showed him the letter, and he and I signed an agreement which stated that I could be in Milan school facilities without a mask. A week later, the girls went to a meet down in Dundee, and none of the timers, none of the volunteers were wearing masks, and all of our girls were right beside them. They needed an additional timer, so I volunteered. I went right up there and I timed. I was beside the girls. I was beside Coach Heike, and it was not a problem. A week after that, I signed up to volunteer at our meet here at Milan High School. I showed up, and Coach Heike came over and told me I had to go up to the stands. I tried to explain to the coach, hey, I have an agreement signed by Mr. Gerbaugh saying I could be here, and he would not even let me speak. He became almost hostile, and he said, I'm going to call Gerbaugh. I said, good, I have permission to be here, go call Gerbaugh. A few minutes later, Gerbaugh comes marching in and told me I had to either go to the stands or he was calling the police and he was going to have me arrested or cited for trespassing. So I did leave the building. I went to the police. I showed them the video. They said that Mr. Gerbaugh was confrontational to me. I did have an agreement. I got a rather nasty email from Mr. Gerbaugh the next day. He and I emailed each other back and forth a few times. Then I got in touch with the police several times. I was finally directed to work with the officer who works at the school, Officer W. I'll call him because I can't pronounce his name correctly. He and I finally worked out an agreement that Mr. Gerbaugh agreed to. I could show up at the swim meets, sit in an isolated station by myself before anyone else showed up. I could not approach anyone else. Other people could approach me. That was on them. But I find it strange that people who preach about inclusivity and caring for people who have lesser privileges than them were so discriminatory towards me, including Mr. Shin. These people have been terrible towards me. I can't help that I have these medical conditions. And they attacked me in various ways and threatened me multiple times, including Mr. Shin attacking me after Mr. Gerbaugh said I could come into the building. Mr. Shin sent me a threatening email, and then...
Mrs. Kennedy, your time's expired. Thank you.
Okay, please don't arrest me this time.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Chris Gaffrey. I'm a concerned citizen here to support these brave young men and women who have come out here today to voice their concerns and opinions to the Board of Education. I have the privilege to work with students all over the country, and I can honestly say that they raised them right in Milan. I work with hundreds of students in every state, and out of every 100 students I meet, there's one student that is as brave as these students here. Students able to appropriately and confidently speak their disapproval of these disgusting mandates are rare. I want to commend these parents and students here today and recognize their bravery. I want to emphasize to these young people here that most adults are afraid to step out of line, and the fact that you are voicing your opinion just shows your courage. Know you are making a difference here, and do not let any of these adults or other students here shame you for making the courageous choice to show up and speak. They may try to force you to wear a mask in school, but they cannot restrict your voice behind that mask. For those of you on the school board that have continuously pushed to limit the voices of students, know that your time on that board is limited and shorter than you may think. I would like to conclude with a quote from Robert Frost for the students here that I'm so proud to support. Freedom lies in being bold. Freedom is never given, it is earned, and tyrants are the ones eager to restrict that freedom. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name's Brianna Preet. I'm a mother to three, an aunt to three of my nephews that all six would actually be in Milan schools this year and last year if it wasn't for the mandate. I was actually in a position where I could stay home to teach all six of them. I am an elementary teacher, and I know so many friends and others that were not in the same position as I was, and unfortunately, with surrounding schools that were making masks optional, they couldn't get into them because too many people were coming to get into those schools. So I chose to stay home.
I am thankful for the opportunity I've had the last couple years to do so. However, I am also looking forward to sending 6 children to school. So, with that being said, I was here at the last meeting about masks, where many of you, a reason for making masks required was that we were following CDC, that we were following what they said, and to my understanding, I feel like the site has said for quite some time now that masks do not work, that they make people feel comfortable. I feel like any of you could pull that up on your phone right now to find that out. I'm here for the many students who would like to have a choice, and I'm here for the fact that I've been to so many concerts and shows standing side by side people who are not wearing masks, yet we have children in classrooms who are still being made to wear them. And I feel like this is a sad, sad thing that is happening to the children in our country, and I feel like many parents should be standing up to fight against this. If your kid wants to wear a mask, let them wear a mask. If it makes them feel comfortable, if you're teaching them this is safe, fine. My children going to school will not make fun of your child. My children are also being taught, and I hope and pray that everybody's children are being taught this, that people should be given a choice, that people should be able to come and see that you're wearing a mask because that makes you feel comfortable. However, this is my choice not to. I'm sorry for the girl who stood up and said she's worried about being bullied. I was worried about my daughter going to school and being impulsive as she is for being almost 8 years old and being told that like she's supposed to be wearing masks or she doesn't care about people or put your mask above your nose. That I wanted to read a few students in the community who have dealt with some people that were enforcing masks and some pretty sad stories. So I think I have 2 or 3 here to read to you. This first one, I'm one of the Milan students who has been contact traced 4 times this year. That means I had to miss almost 36 days of school, and my teachers had to work hard to get my assignments to me and my other quarantined classmates. I also had a hard time keeping up in my classes and had to miss a lot of other events as well. Of all 4 times I was contact traced, I never actually got COVID. Do you want to read the other 2 stories? This is my husband.
My name is LJ Preet, Brianna's husband. And just want to say how proud I am of her for taking over the responsibility of teaching 6 kids because we didn't want to have to send them to school where they're muzzled all day, every day. But I was going to come here up in arms, but I don't need to because you just had a whole 20 kids or so tell you what they thought, and you're supposed to be here for them. So take that into consideration. I represent the senior last year who, after speaking up about issues in the high school, was then called down to the principal's office, where it was explained to me that I shouldn't have my issues with decisions being made because COVID. I'm also one of the many Milan students who lost a scholarship opportunity because Milan made the decision to make all our grades pass-fail in the spring of 2020 semester, which had a huge impact on a lot of our cumulative GPAs, especially since we were competing against students from other districts, many of which did not force their students to accept pass-fail for an entire semester. Next one. I represent the special needs child at Simmons who doesn't understand why everyone has to wear a mask, and ask my para and my friends to take them off so I can see their face and hear them better. I am also a child who hasn't received all the resources I normally would have, and as a result, I have really struggled this year and have lost a lot of progress I was making. I really miss my mom being able to help in my classroom. So, all I'm saying is, do the right thing. And it's not mask mandate or no mask at all. Let them have their decision as children. That's all.
Thank you, Mr. and Mrs. Preet.
My name is Annie Cruz, and tonight I'm going to speak on behalf of some students that aren't able to speak here in front of you. As you know, our students are dealing with a lot, and there has been a lot of tension created by having these masks and quarantines enforced. So I represent the student whose entire team was contact traced. I am one of the few students on the team who isn't vaccinated. So all my friends told me I should get vaccinated. Then I wouldn't have to quarantine and I could test out like them. Our principal told us to get vaccinated. He said at least that way you wouldn't have to quarantine. This person has actually lost lots of friends because of this. What if she can't get vaccinated? What if that vaccination will kill her? And what right does our principal have to tell a student that they should get vaccinated? Brian, I read your proposal and your choice I read your proposal on what you'd like the board to vote on, and I read the definitions of that proposal in terms of what that meant, choice. Students could mask if they wanted to or not, and that there would be no bullying about that choice. But this to me is intimidation. For a principal to tell a student that they should get vaccinated so that they wouldn't have to quarantine, I really hope, based on what you guys decide to do, if it is to give us choice, give these students choice, that every single adult in our school system reads what you wrote and follows it to a T, because these stories are just devastating and they're absolutely unacceptable. The last story I have for you today is something that we're going to still have to continue to struggle with, and I hope we can come to some sort of agreement on and fix, and it's about the buses. I represent the middle school student who dropped his mask and was yelled at by the bus driver as she slammed on the brakes and yelled, "No one wants to look at your face."
What you want to do? Do it! You want me to stop this bus right now? You are pushing my buttons, dude. I'm trying to push your buttons. You better get it together real fast. I'm the wrong bus driver to mess with.
So what happened was this kid just dropped his mask on the bus, and it was probably all yucky because it's muddy out and wet, and he's just trying to get a new one out or whatever. I don't know the whole story. What I know is
30 seconds.
this kid was just beat up by the bus driver who's supposed to be watching the road and taking these kids safely home from school. And this person is yelling at this kid like this? Would you like your kids to be treated like this by an adult who's supposed to be keeping them safe? I'm happy to forward you this video so you can take this under, advisement. It's just horrible, and these things need to stop. Because it is bullying, it's intimidation. And if you sit up there and profess that you have the best interest in mind for the students, then we'd like to see that happening. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Megan Gunnarsson, and I wanted to read a statement. I represent the mom that was watching her child play sports. I have a documented medical condition that exempts me from having to wear a mask. The Washtenaw County Health Department has told me if I have an exemption, I'm not required to wear a mask, a face shield, or to socially distance. But at the sporting event, I was told to either wear a mask or leave. I tried to explain my situation, but they called the police and had me escorted from the building. I am not allowed, nor do I feel comfortable attending my child's sporting events at Milan. I want to point out to you that this is not the same situation as the other woman who spoke. This came via FOIA from the police department. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Jen Scarpati. I'm from Saline. I'm your neighbor. First, I want to know where you have the data that these masks aren't doing any harm to our children who have to wear them 7+ hours a day while trying to learn. Hiding behind and colluding with the Washtenaw County Health Department is one thing, and we know this from our FOIAs that Dexter, Saline, Chelsea, Milan superintendents were all on an email thread with Ruth Kraut at the Washtenaw Health Department to get help from the said health department with their mandate, because alone they could not justify masking to parents when other schools in the county were giving parents a choice. The 4 schools mentioned above, Saline being one, were hemorrhaging students to Manchester, Clinton, Dundee,
to homeschooling, private schools, and anywhere there was a choice to mask. There was other info in these email threads that showed these same superintendents needed the health department to actually answer parents. When parents wrote their schools questioning the legality of this order after the budget was signed and the language that made masking kids under 18 illegal, the health department admits that the mask mandate will go through and the governor will line item veto the masking language. Well, we know that didn't happen. And the superintendents knew that too, but continued with the illegal mask mandate. Even being told by Ruth from the health department, you can blame the health department, which is what the superintendents wanted and needed. I challenge you as a board to look into this since you gave sole responsibility of the COVID policy to your superintendent. I'm a former teacher, and when I was in the classroom, I relied on my partnerships with parents because I understood that parents know their children best. I also understood that my partnership and my respect of a parent's place in a child's life helped me be a more effective educator in the lives of my former students. As a parent now, I ask you to ask yourselves, do you know students better than their own parents? Do you know their favorite food, their favorite color, their dog's name? Do you know that they love dominoes or magic tricks with cards? No, you don't. So stop being oppositional and start partnering again. It will be rewarded in academic gains. True educators, not agenda followers, know this. Which one will you be? Again, masking should be a choice for individual families to make, and whether someone chooses to mask or not, their choice should be respected, period. When the masks come off on February 28th or tomorrow, let's all be mindful of each other's choice and practice being kinder than necessary. And to the mom who owns the tattoo place, if you want to go on Celine Return to Learn and put all the things,
Please address the board.
I will
Please
pay
address
you
the board.
volunteers.
Ma'am, please address
Thank you.
the board.
Hi, my name is Zach Spradlin. Hopefully everyone's having a good night tonight. I'm a senior at Milan. This may be off topic from the COVID stuff, but I feel like it's an important topic. The water from the drinking fountains is just not good. I feel like we need to fix this problem because I love drinking water. Thank you for your time.
Hey, my name is Warren, and I'm a sophomore here, and I second what Zach just said, but can we have a la carte back? Thank you.
Hi, my name is Dave Cruz. It's been a while since I've had the desire to address the Milan Area School Board and the Milan community at large, mainly because I don't deal well with people who have a hefty dose of cognitive dissonance or cognitive bias in their daily lives. I'd like to say that this is indicative of the Milan School Board in general, but I've come to the conclusion that in your case, it's just plain outright bigotry, ignorance, political nepotism, and abject stupidity. We are now into year 2 in this board's COVID plan, and every pillar you have used to hold up your illogical response to this virus has come crashing down spectacularly in the last 30 days. From masking, social distancing, isolation, contact tracing to death rates and infection rates, none of the policies that you have implemented had one iota of impact on preventing the spread of the COVID virus. None of the policies you implemented made any sense based on the fact that this virus was nowhere near as deadly as our government made it out to be. Now that the CDC, FDA, and the MSM have begun to acknowledge what people like me have been saying for over 16 months, that masks don't work, social distancing was made up, the death rate is actually less than 6% of the total number of counted deaths, natural immunity is actually better, and my favorite, the jab is actually no more better than a prophylactic that doesn't prevent you from getting it, giving it, or possibly dying from it. What do you have to say for yourselves? Every single one of you owes the Milan area community, its families, the parents, and most of all its students, an apology for your failures related to the actions you took in responding to the COVID scandemic. Quite a few of the parents behind me took the time to attend every board meeting where they presented you with nonpartisan, non-political, unbiased facts and figures that clearly contradicted the evidence as presented by the very political CDC, FDA, the Biden administration, and our glorious governor's hacks in the Michigan Health Department. The fact that you have been hiding behind the edicts issued by politicians instead of actually listening to the parents in this district should tell Milan families everything they need to know. Make no mistake, the science hasn't changed because this data and evidence has been available to you from the beginning. Other school districts around the country elected not to implement mask policies, and in every single case had the same infection rate or less than districts like Milan. Each and every single one of you chose to ignore this evidence and implement policies that have had a much greater negative impact than COVID actually did. Every dropout, every poor grade, every missed athletic season, graduation, dance, and worse can be laid directly at your feet. You have failed this community in ways both seen and unseen that will be felt for years to come, and it's time for you to be held accountable. Each and every single one of you needs to immediately resign from your position as a board member in the Milan Area
30
School
seconds.
District. Let real Americans who believe in the rule of law, in science, individual responsibility, freedom, and most important of all, accountability, take over the responsible management of this school district. It's time to get real adults on this board that take all of the Milan Area School families seriously, and not just your supporters, donors, and ideological clones. It's time to get responsible adults on this board that take providing a real learning environment seriously, one that all students can be proud of, and one that attracts families to Milan instead of driving away. Milan area parents and students deserve better than you. It's time for a change.
Good evening. My name is Mandy Arnson. I was here in August asking that you not mask our kids. I left your district with 2 of my children. One of my children still is here, dual enrollment, 1 through ECA. She's a senior this year. She's never stepped foot in Milan High School at all because she's done all 4 years at Eastern. She'll be walking across your stage this June, I guess, to get her high school diploma, but has never actually stepped foot in your high school. 5.5 years ago, we came here from Maryland, and in our, I guess, decision in where we were to move, we chose this district for our house because of the ratings for this school. Your school ratings have dropped tremendously since then. Not because of your choices of academics, but probably because of your political choices. Masking our kids is hurting them. I said it in the summer. Kids need to see faces. My youngest daughter right now needs help the most. I asked for 2 years in a row, the first time during COVID, the second time last year. Asking for help for speech, for language, I was denied. Where we're at now, she's now getting help. I just cannot believe that you guys still want to consider masking our children. It is making an impact on the youngest ones. You are actually dumbing them down, and actually the speech and language that you're inhibiting them from learning. This is education. You guys do not have medical degrees. I'm a registered nurse, a veteran of the US Navy. I know what I'm talking about when it comes to splashback. Body fluids are, the mask was meant for body fluids, not viruses. Viruses go through these masks that you're wearing and not, I'm sorry. This is not the way I wanted it to go. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Renee Humes, and so I have had 4 kids go through your district. 1 is still here, the other 3 are not. But I'm just going to read from another child that could not be here. So I represent the parent of a child with asthma. She has a hard time getting through the day without taking mask breaks. Her doctor is uncomfortable writing a mask exemption, even though he admits the mask is making it difficult for her to breathe. She's been yelled at by teachers, and she's seen her friends yelled at by teachers for pulling their masks down to catch their breath. So she struggles every day. I thought about applying for a mask exemption, but without her doctor's signature, I know she'll be denied. So instead, she sneaks in breaths when she can, and we wait anxiously for the mask mandate to end. And so you all know my oldest son. Everybody knows Joey, and my daughter Elena, and myself. All of us, we have asthma, and so it's not that it's special for just people with asthma, but like when you can't breathe, there's that panic thing. I can't imagine being a young child going to school and having a mask on. There's like that panic, and if it's not really going to help anything, I think it's awful that we're subjecting our youngest kids to, like, they need to breathe. Everybody needs to breathe. So that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Humes.
Good evening.
My name is Rachel Hobbs. Pursuant to board policy, I request that a summary of my comments be included in the minutes. Mr. Gearbaugh, I request that you make a recommendation to the board that the mask policy of August 12, 2021 be rescinded and that no mask policy be put in place, rather than you present your two options provided in the agenda. No mask policy, none. Got it, guys? This is a parent's decision. If parents want to mask their child, the district should support and honor that choice. If a parent decides that decides not to mask their child, the district should support and honor that choice. At times, you are all capable of giving bad recommendations. This was the case on the August 12, 2021 board meeting when you, Mr. Gearbaugh, recommended that the Board of Education mask our kids based on a recommendation from the Washtenaw County Health Department. No order, just a recommendation. Mr. Gearbaugh, you did this just 2 weeks after you told me that at a prior board meeting that as long as there was no mask requirement by the health department, Milan would only recommend masks. However, through FOIA requests, it was discovered that you and other superintendents in the area, just days after our discussion, were colluding to develop a policy to mask our kids. On August 12, 2021, I stood in this very spot and requested that you allow parents to make a choice. I also informed you that health was a priority to our family, but being healthy did not include masks. Mr. Gearbaugh, you made a recommendation to the board, and the board supported the policy to mask our children. At this time, this was the recommendation: a cloth mask. This cloth mask, which you claimed would protect my child and other children, had already harmed my child the prior year. And now this cloth is no longer recommended by the CDC. As a family, we complied with the mask policy, but we continued to advocate for our choice. I sent my son to school on the first day with a mask that was conducive to alleviate issues from past medical issues. He was quickly stopped by Mr. Gill and told his mask was not acceptable and gave him a paper mask. After school that day, my son told us that his mask was not in compliance with the school policy, and that the policy was changed the night before, and that came from Mr. Gill. The next morning, my husband called you, Mr. Gearbaugh, and requested an in-person meeting to discuss masks. You returned the call and stated that an in-person meeting was not necessary.
Thank you, Ms. Hobbs.
I raised this current concern 2 days later at a school board meeting.
Thank you, Ms. Hobbs. Your time is up.
Interestingly enough, my husband received a call from you.
Mrs. Hobbs, your time has expired.
No.
Yes, it has. Please, everybody else has had 3 minutes.
Rachel, do you want me to finish it for you? Sure. Thank you, Sheree.
The following day, you met with my husband, ironically after you made a mask policy recommendation to the board and lobbied the health department to issue a mask order because you were getting raked over the coals by parents. You also proclaimed to my husband that you did not understand the science of how masks worked. In the end, we were required to provide the district with medical exemption that was signed by a doctor. Once again, we complied and we provided a signed medical exemption for a mask accommodation, but were required to disclose private medical information the district was not entitled to receive. The mask policies have never provided a statistically significant benefit in the school setting per the CDC's own studies. You are not medical personnel and you do not have any lawful or constitutional authority to make any medical decisions for my child. Board members, until you know all the medical situations of each student in the district and have rock-solid data and evidence, the only vote you should make with regards to masks is to rescind the August 12th, 2021 mask policy. Masks are optional and parents have the choice. In closing, Mr. Gerbach, and some board members, I would like for you both to recall your past statements that you do not believe that you are in the medical profession and you should not be making medical decisions. It's time. Let's take the focus off of healthcare. We as parents will fight that battle with the health department, and let's focus on bettering the education for our students. We spent way too much time discussing health issues, not education. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Holly Blade. And this is one of Dundee's newest Vikings. He would have been a Big Red, but we didn't want him to have to be masked all day. So he wanted to stand here with me while I talk. We all actually have a civic duty to be involved in local government and to hold you accountable. We have a civic duty to do that, regardless if people in our community think that we should stay home or not. For those here tonight that feel like we are the minority and are surprised by how many people have been speaking up, maybe it's because people that are around you know where you stand and how you talk about those who disagree with you. Many of us have seen it ourselves. We've endured it. We've seen it on social media. So maybe it would help for you to hear some of the stories that we've been hearing. Maybe if you knew what we knew, you would understand us better. Maybe then you wouldn't be so quick to put us down for wanting to fight for the kids being harmed by some of these decisions. A lot of the parents whose kids have been harmed are worried about their kids being targeted for good reason. Their kids have been targeted by teachers and administrators. So we did have volunteers tonight who agreed to share some of the stories with you of the struggles that decisions made by this board and this administration have caused the community and the kids of this district. I personally understand that the danger of COVID for some people, our families actually experienced loss at the result of COVID. We understand what it's like to have someone in your home who's immunocompromised. I understand the stress of that. I can only imagine the stress of that during COVID. But I also understand the need for balance. Decision makers need to be taking all factors into consideration, and how all of these different strategies that people have been implementing over the last 2 years, we need to be assessing how they're impacting the community as a whole and not just from one side of it. Last night at Celine's board meeting, there was a member who said she doesn't approve of unmasking those kids, and by saying that, she claims she will not be responsible for any child who develops a condition or is lost to COVID as a result of making masks optional. So using her logic, does she take responsibility for all the harm done to kids the last 2 years as a result of forced masking or excessive quarantines and unrelenting pressure for kids to get vaccinated? I actually agree with her. It's probably the only thing her and I agree on. She shouldn't be responsible for managing a pandemic or for the health of an entire population of a school district. And none of you should be shouldering the weight of these decisions either. The only requirement to be a school board member is to be 18 years old and a resident of Milan, not quite the credentials of someone who should be managing a pandemic. No offense. Thankfully, as Jamie McElvaney mentioned, the lawsuits are progressing, and hopefully we'll never need to debate this with the school board or a superintendent again, because none of you will have the power, or never should have, to mandate such measures ever again to our children. So here's my olive branch. What if we all decide right now to stop debating, stop playing tug of war, and start having real, constructive, respectful conversations? Let's acknowledge a lot of mistakes have been made on all sides, from all levels of government, but that we can all learn from these experiences and we can all do better, all of us in this room. Let's come out of this nightmare smarter and stronger as a community. The silver lining is, look at this room. There has never been anything that has made more parents and students engaged than this whole nightmare that we've all lived through for 2 years. So let's use this as an opportunity to make things better for our kids, our district, and Milan as a whole.
Thank you, Ms. Wade.
Hello, my name is Denise Lopez. I'm the mother of 3 kids here in Milan schools, this being one of mine. So I recently watched the candidate forum that was held on October 20th, 2020, and I'd like to share some comments from a board member referencing the position. It's a lot of doing things that need to be done to make sure we have a school district that families want to be a part of, whether they live in Milan or come to us as a school of choice student. If a board is functioning well, it's likely many people won't ever notice their work because things are as they should be and people are happy with them. It's only when major challenges arise or things break that the board's role becomes a point of discussion. I'd like to say things are broken. Like, that's why you see these people here. Things are broken. And that's why people are coming to talk. And I'd also like to mention another comment by a board member at the January 12th meeting that you keep hearing from the same people over and over, and that there are many people who stand at the microphone and challenge board members and complain at every meeting. Those comments, along with recent actions of the board members, such as limiting time to speak and shutting off the microphone, give the impression that you don't want to hear what parents have to say. Your demeanor, shutting off the mic, limiting people, it shows you don't want to hear anything that anyone has gotten up here to say. But I'd also like to add in my opinions about the mask, which we clearly are against because we spoke in the beginning about it. But my son has complied so that he could be in school in person, because that's how he learns best, so that he could do his electives and he could play football. Like, that's a major thing. Football is his passion, so he decided to wear a mask so he could play football. He was given a school mask to wear, which I'd like to share a story about something he gave up because of masks. So I received a text one day that my son was going to be going down to the office, my son who has not had any issues with any teachers, any administration, but he was going to be sent to the office because he wouldn't change his mask, a school-provided mask that a teacher was deciding wasn't good enough for her because she was choosing to wear 2 masks, so she wanted my son to wear a different mask to make her feel better. We had a student stand here today who's worried about being bullied because she chooses to wear a mask or other kids don't choose, which is their choice. Let them wear a mask if it makes them feel more comfortable. My son, who is comfortable not wearing masks, shouldn't have to in the first place, but he complied and was wearing a school-provided mask and was put on the spot. And I'm going to let him finish the story of what happened to him and what he decided to do.
Hello, my name is Brody Lopez. So this year, I got an email that I was allowed to be in the chamber choir, which felt like a great accomplishment to me. It was something that I had wanted since I moved here in 7th grade. During my first choir concert, I saw them, I thought it was cool, and now I had made it. Well, the thing is, while wearing my school-provided mask, I was told by this teacher that it was not good enough. In her words, she said it didn't work. It was a cloth mask. So she wanted me to take my cloth mask off every day and put a paper mask on, which I did for about a month. And then I got tired of it because if I didn't put on the paper mask, she would point me out in front of everybody in the class, she would make it well known that I hadn't changed my mask, and she would not carry on class until I had changed my mask. Which, immediately, I brought this up to Mr. Shin, because that is not something a teacher should be able to say to me. She should not be able to put me out in the front of class like she did, which Shin agreed with, and he said he would talk to her, and he didn't. He did not talk to her about it. A few more weeks go by. I go back to Shin, and this time, I don't leave until we make an agreement. And unfortunately, that agreement was me leaving chamber choir, something I had worked for, something that I had been working for my entire life. I had to give up because of a mask that was provided to me by the school, and it was not good enough for her. If she wants to wear her multiple masks, that's fine. It was not okay for her to tell me what mask I had to wear, especially when it was a cloth mask that fit inside school rules. There was nothing inappropriate with it. All it said was Milan football. It had our logo, it had my last name, and it had my football number. No other teacher had a problem with this. Why does this one teacher get to decide what mask I wear? Or to wear a mask at all? That is not her choice. I would like to have my choice back. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lopez.
Hi, my name is Shelby. I am an ex-para for Milan Schools. I ended up quitting because I did not agree with a lot of the things that were being enforced. My youngest son is autistic, and we have also had bus issues. The transportation, I don't remember her name, tried to tell me that it was my 8-year-old's fault for his toy getting taken by another student. That helps him stay calm because he's on the bus for about an hour and a half, which is a long ways. And she told me that if I wanted to do anything about it, I would have to go to the parents' house myself, which is kind of scary because you don't know how they're going to react, and whether that's the actual kid or not. Also, my oldest had to be kept home today because he was sick, all because he had an upset stomach after lunch. But yet they kept him. I did not have to go pick him up. But she told me that he could not come home or go back to school for 24 hours. But yeah, about a month ago, I had to go pick him up because his heart rate was over 160, and he had an upper respiratory infection after we took him to the doctors. But she didn't call me for 3 hours. And I thought that was kind of weird, because if his heart rate was that high, and she told me that she was worried about him passing out because of how pale his face was and how he was talking, but she waited 3 hours to call me. I did not appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Dawn Wilkowiak. I am a parent, or actually a grandparent, in the school district. With my combination, my blended family, I'm raising 8 kids. I've seen a lot of school districts. We've lived in Madison Heights, we've lived in Hamtramck, we've lived in Detroit. I've seen bad and I've seen good. All I know is everything's a challenge. You guys to sit up here week after week and everybody hits you with everything all the time, looking for answers, for you to make decisions, and for you to keep doing this, I applaud you. You have the toughest job. You have to make the decisions. You have to make the decisions stick. And I appreciate everything that you do.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Lisa Cook. I have had kids in Milan School since 2009. Had nothing but great experiences. Appreciate you all so much, so much. Just want to have a couple positives. A couple of Milan kids, athletes, that one of them I know well, Allie Molina. She's usually sitting up here, not here tonight, but she was nominated for Athlete of the Week through MLive. So if anybody wants to vote, please go ahead and do that. Girls basketball, she's a multi-sport athlete. She does well in school, super great kid, known her forever. Peter Penna, I think is how you pronounce his last name. I apologize if it's incorrect. He was nominated for wrestling, same thing, please go out and vote. Milan is a smaller school, so when we have athletes that are nominated, I think we should all band together and get these kids recognized. Also, I want to give a shout out to Mr. D for receiving the Excellence in Education Award. He is a shining star. I cannot even express how wonderful my kids' experiences at Paddock were because of him. Just a great, great experience all around. I just can't appreciate you guys enough. I'm a frontline healthcare worker. I was in the trenches since February of 2020. I was going into COVID rooms. I didn't know if I was going to come out. Not a soul on this earth asked to be a part of a global pandemic, and we are all doing the best we can. And you guys are awesome. Thank you.
I'm too short for this. Okay. First, I wanted to say thank you, everybody that's here, because this is probably one of the biggest numbers we've had in a very long time. Well, probably since we were here asking you guys again not to mask our kids. It's probably the last time it was this many people. First, I wanted to say how proud I am of my son and all of these students that have spoken up. I know I'm not supposed to talk to them, but I'll kind of do it anyway. It takes a lot to speak. It takes a lot as an adult woman to speak, let alone a student to be able to stand up and say what they feel, especially when it's against what a lot of people are saying. It's a big deal for any of them. I was going to end it on a good note, but then someone else came up behind me. But I was going to say, I don't know if you're going to say anything good. I didn't mean it like that. But anyway, I was going to say first, I wanted to say thank you to Ricky Bobby for signing the petition. Thought that was pretty cool, in case you guys didn't catch that name, you know. Thought that was pretty funny, and I know that I was very proud of all of them, how they tried to keep it in and not laugh when that name was said. Also, Celine, they met last night. I graduated from Celine, so I still kind of affiliate with them. They met last night. One of the things they did that I thought was kind of cool that I was kind of hoping maybe we could try to do, they let all of the students, I mean, they do forms. We don't have to do that. They let the students go first so that if kids need to go home to go to bed, if there's little ones, things like that. So they usually have all their students go first so that they, can get where they need to get. And then the adults come out and speak and do whatever else, So I just think that's kind of a good idea, for kids, because they all still have school tomorrow and need to be up. Anyway, but I just hope you guys listen. I know you guys are probably going to go along with Celine because you usually do. Whenever anything happens, you guys kind of follow suit. So I know we'll probably go with not having masks either, and I hope you guys keep it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mars.
Hi, I'm Christy Swix-Higgins. I went to Milan High School, and I moved back to this community because I wanted to raise my children here. Milan is a great community that has so many wonderful people that contribute to the growth of the town. I love to see when someone thanks their neighbor for shoveling their sidewalk, or when our Fonawalla is found and turned into Kroger. There are just so many good people in this town, and this community has so much to offer to our children, including soccer, music, baseball, football, wrestling, theater, as well as having good schools. I appreciate all that the Milan teachers, administrators, and school board have done during this pandemic to keep our children safe and in school as much as possible. I trust this school district has the best interest of students at their heart, and I voted for all of you sitting up there on the board, and if you choose to run again, I would vote for you again. In regards to masking, I believe that the health department and CDC have offered guidelines that should be followed. I believe that everyone does have a choice. I hope and pray that those students and teachers that make their own choice and decide for them it is best to wear a mask, that they are respected and not bullied. There seems to be a lot of concern over people being bullied for their choices, and I hope that as adults, we can demonstrate to our children how to be respectful of individual choices, not only in regards to masks, but also in regards to their religious beliefs, gender identity, and sexual orientation. Thank you for hearing my thoughts and for your dedication to our students, teachers, and school district.
Thank you, Ms. Higgins. Are there any others? All right, thank you for your comments this evening. The next order of business is the consent agenda. I need a motion to approve the consent agenda that includes the minutes of the regular meeting of February 9th, 2022.
Moved by Farrow.
Support by Landingham.
It's been moved by Farrow and supported by Landingham. Discussion.
Mr. Sislo, if I may.
Yeah.
Good evening, everyone. I am Kirsten Freight, and I formally request my comments regarding the drastic change in the format within our meeting minutes be reflected in these minutes. I'd like to start by thanking everyone for their patience and understanding, as we've had a lot on our agenda tonight. As I've previously stated, I have serious concerns about the sudden change in our meeting minutes concerning the recording of any and all comments. The Milan Board has previously recorded a brief summary regarding comments within our meetings. As the minutes are official record, it seems very drastic to change that procedure now. While we are currently recording the meetings, there are no guarantees how long that practice will continue. We run our meetings with a certain governance, Robert's Rules of Order, and we do our best to follow best practices and MASB guidance. That governance, our policies and laws help set the foundation of the Board of Education. It is critical we maintain a solid foundation to build and prove upon. We have made errors and mistakes, and we need to be upfront and clear about that. Moving forward, we will do all that we can to correct those and appreciate the faith our community has had in understanding our flaws and allowing for improvements. Meeting minutes may seem incredibly insignificant, yet they are bound and kept as a formal record of history of the Board of Education and the central office. While the Open Meetings Act does have certain requirements for the meeting minutes, it also states that the Open Meetings Act does not prohibit a public body from preparing a more detailed set of minutes of its public meetings if it chooses to do so. For decades, the Milan Board of Education has, in fact, chosen to do just that. During the past year, we had 4 issues concerning Board of Education minutes, while we held 26 meetings. In addressing those meeting minute issues, mistakes were made and corrected, and it is imperative that we be transparent to our community with our goals and aspirations and mistakes and corrections. Moving forward, we must do all that we can to keep building trust between one another. Removing a brief summary for any kind of comment does not accomplish this. Therefore, I respectfully make a secondary motion to approve the consent agenda that includes the amended minutes of the regular meeting of February 9th of 2022, reflecting the amendments of Trustee Freight's comments from she commented on the meeting minutes to she commented on the change in format regarding comments in the meeting minutes.
Motion by Freight. Is there a second? Hearing none. Any other further discussion?
I'd like to recommend that we ask the Communication Committee to take up this topic. It came up a couple of times in our first meeting earlier this week, and because it does fall under the purview of communication, I would like to solicit some input from the community and allow that information to form our process going forward.
Other questions or concerns? Been moved by Farrell and supported by Landingham to approve the consent agenda that includes the minutes of the regular meeting of February 9th, 2022. Ms. Heika.
Heika, yes. Kiger?
Yes.
Landingham?
Yes.
Macchio?
Yes.
Sislo?
Yes.
Farrow?
Yes.
Freight?
No.
Motion carries 6-1.
Next order of business is the MASB 7 Board of Directors representative as included in attachment A. I need a motion to direct the superintendent or designee to cast the district's vote for the MASB Region 7 Board of Directors position for whom we will determine in discussion.
By Farrow.
Support by Heika.
Been moved by Farrow, supported by Heika. Discussion.
I'd like to nominate Michael McVeigh from Saline Area Schools to be the MASB Region 7 representative.
I would also support that. Mr. McVeigh was my first choice as well.
I support that as well.
For those of you that don't know, he's also the president of the WASB board that I work with on the exec board, and he's very actively involved in a lot of the topics and things and changes that I've sent you some emails about, trying to get those going for us with the ISD. So I would also support Michael McVeigh as a candidate.
And I know I've had numerous classes through MASB with him, and he always articulates well, and he asks very productive questions.
So what I'm hearing is that we'd like to nominate Michael McVeigh for the MASB Region 7 Board of Directors. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yes.
All right, so it's been moved by Farrow, supported by Heika, to direct the superintendent or designee to cast the district's vote for MASB Region 7 Board of Directors position for Michael McVeigh. Ms. Heika.
Kiger,
Yes.
Landingham,
Yes.
Macchio,
Yes.
Sislo,
Yes.
Pharaoh,
Yes.
Freight,
Yes.
Heike, yes. Motion carries 7-0.
Next up is the COVID health guidelines. Mr. Gearbaugh has prepared two attachments for us, B1 and B2. He will walk us through those attachments at this time.
Good evening, everyone. At the request of the board, I did prepare two different attachments. The first attachment, B1, is my recommendation regarding masks that would begin on February 28th. And the second attachment is the original chart that the board approved for mask wearing. And we will walk through that quickly. So first, attachment B1 is my recommendation. For those that don't know, we did conduct a community survey and a staff survey. This recommendation was posted on the website as one of the attachments to the agenda on Friday. You're going to notice that some other districts use similar language when they put their communications out to their communities. They actually thanked me for the wording of this, and for those that think maybe we do what other districts do, they actually used my wording when they did what their district did. So our community survey, we had the raw data original counts, 761 people supporting following the Washtenaw County Health Department's guidelines, 291 people that asked for requiring universal masking. That's about 72.3% to 27.7%. As you know, people entered their email address as part of the survey, so I did go through the survey data, and any votes that were duplicate email addresses were removed. After removing that data, we had 737 supporting the Washtenaw County Health Department guidance and 282 supporting the requiring of universal masks, which happens to be the exact same percentages before the duplicates were removed and after. So 72.3% recommend following the Washtenaw County Health Department's guidance, and 27.7% would request that we require universal masking. I also gave a similar survey to the staff. Our original counts were 83 staff members asking to follow the health department's guidance and 54 staff members asking for requiring universal masking. That's about 60.6% to 39.4%. After you remove those duplicates, we had 83 supporting the health department's guidance and 52 supporting requiring universal masking, which is about 61.5% supporting the health department's guidance and 38.5% supporting universal masking. In a press release issued by the Washtenaw County Health Department on February 11th, the department stated that they would be lifting their remaining COVID health orders effective February 28th. This included two orders, one requiring masks and another for isolation and quarantine. The press release went on to say that universal masking remains strongly recommended in K-12 educational settings. On February 16th, the Michigan Department of Health and Human Services, MDHHS, updated their masking guidance for Michiganders. Their update states, based on current conditions, MDHHS is expiring the public health advisory on masks in public settings, including school settings. MDHHS also supports adjusting mask recommendations as the state cycles through periods of response, recovery, and readiness, and following local health department decisions based on local conditions. Based on the expiration of the MDHHS's public health advisory, the rescission of the Washtenaw County Health Department's COVID health orders, and other local factors, including community and staff surveys, it is my recommendation that starting Monday, February 28th, the Milan area schools transitions to masks being highly recommended but not required. Please note that the CDC continues to require that all persons wear masks on planes, trains, buses, and other forms of public transportation, as well as at airports and stations. And through a CDC question and answer document, this does include school buses. It is my understanding that that's being reviewed, but at the time, we are still required to have students wear masks on school buses.
I wanted to put a couple of statements out to help clarify what it means when we say masks are highly recommended but not required. It truly means that masks are optional and personal choice for all staff, students, guests, and visitors. That option holds true within all school district buildings and facilities, again with the note, not on school buses. They are required on school buses. It's important to note that no one has the right to require, influence, encourage, pressure, harass, or bully anyone to wear or not wear a mask. Immunocompromised staff in student situations will be handled on a case-by-case basis. In order to support and respect the personal choice of each staff member, students, guests, and visitors, incidents of students and/or staff engaging in the act of requiring, influencing, encouraging, pressuring, harassing, or bullying anyone to wear or not wear a mask will be addressed according to board policies, codes of conduct, and employment contracts. During times of elevated communicable disease community spread as determined by the board in consultation with the health professionals at the CDC, MDHHS, and the Washtenaw County Health Department, the board does reserve the right to require masks in accordance with board policies. If this recommendation is followed, information will be provided to families and students detailing some of the comments that I made in my recommendation. Today, I participated in a Washtenaw County Health Department update, providing some more information on their recommendations. While they are removing both the orders for masking and for quarantining and isolating, there are still laws on the books from the Washtenaw County Health Department that deal with potential isolation and quarantine for pandemics. So I wanted to make a couple of things very clear this evening if the board supports this recommendation. If the district transitions to masks not required, then classrooms, lunchrooms, buses, and most extracurricular activities will be considered low risk. Therefore, contact tracing and quarantining will not be required in these situations. Our current communications to families and the dashboard will continue. The positive individual will be required to follow the current guidance for people who have tested positive for COVID. High-risk environments will include household contacts, classroom outbreaks, which they define as 3 cases within 10 days in a classroom, school event carpooling, and a few extracurricular events, a couple of the very close contact sports. These situations will require contact tracing and quarantining that allow test to stay for non-vaccinated individuals. This is the same as it is currently handled. Vaccinated individuals would not be required to quarantine or test to stay. If we transition to masks optional, masks will be required in 2 situations by the health department. First, a person who tests positive and returns on day 6 through 10 will be required to mask for days 6 through 10. 2, a non-vaccinated, high-risk, close contact who is testing to stay will be required to mask through day 10 or quarantine at home. Again, neither of these options require anyone to wear a mask. It's just stating if they want to return sooner, they would have to wear a mask to do so. Again, masks will still be required for everyone on school buses in accordance with the CDC requirements under Executive Order 13998. So that's my recommendation. That's attachment B1. Attachment B2 is included in the board pack that was on the website on Friday, is the MAS mask requirements that you put in place at the beginning of the school year. The reason I provided this for the board was this was what you had stated we would default to if the order was ever removed. So I felt that you needed to at least review that, but it is not my recommendation that we would return to those requirements. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gerbaugh. At this time, I'll entertain a motion.
Mr.
Moved by
Sislo,
Farrell.
I move,
Second by Farrell.
there we go. I move to approve the superintendent's recommendation as included in attachment B1.
Moved by Heike,
Second.
second by Farrow. It's been moved by Heike, supported by Farrow, to approve the superintendent's recommendation as included in attachment B1. Discussion.
Well, I'll start. First, I want to thank Annie Cruz for sending us information. I think it was last night. I didn't have a chance to email you today, but I did look at it, just like I have always said that I would, and just as I have over the last 3 years, actually for my entire tenure on the board. When parents and community members send me information, I do review it. So thank you for that. Thank you for a copy of the Constitution, but as a lawyer and someone who has sworn to uphold and protect the Constitution on 3 separate occasions, I actually have a personal copy because I don't believe you can take an oath to uphold a document if you actually haven't read it. I've read it several times. Thanks for that shout out.
Please, no comments.
Well, as a lawyer, I've taken several constitutional law classes. I understand it, I assure you. I've never made a decision as a school board member out of fear. I've made it clear that what I do is I collect the information that's provided to me by community members. I collect information from experts out in the community. And I said back in August, and I've said since this pandemic started, that I will follow the recommendations of the experts. I agree. I'm not a medical doctor. I don't even pretend to be one. So in this instance, I will support the recommendations that are made by the Washtenaw County Health Department, and that's why I'm supporting attachment B1, which follows those recommendations.
Mr. Sislo.
Yes, Mr. Farrow.
I want to acknowledge, obviously, that there's a lot of people here, and obviously a lot of students that came to speak, and so thank you for that. I too support the recommendation that Mr. Gearbaugh has put forth. Again, the recommendation has been on the website, I think, since last week. And I think some speakers got up and talked about just how difficult this pandemic has put school districts in. You know, we were placed in a very tough spot. I recall when the initial decision was made on masking that we had indicated that it would not be forever, that mandating would not be forever. I also believe that it was with the best of intentions that trying to keep students and staff safe. We obviously know a lot more about the virus now. The Detroit News reported today that hospitalization rates and case counts have been on the decline for the last 5 weeks. The state reported an average of 1,186 cases per day for the last 5 days. Yesterday, the state reported 1,516 adults as being in the hospital with confirmed cases of COVID. This represents a dramatic and steep decline from records that were set on January 10th, when 4,580 adults were hospitalized and the state was experiencing more than 20,000 confirmed cases of COVID per day. So now testing and vaccines are widely accessible and effective. About 65% of our residents have received their first dose of the vaccine as of Tuesday, and 59% of adults are fully vaccinated. So as a result, what we see across the state and with districts around us is the loosening of the mask restrictions. So I too support, as I said earlier, I too support personal choice at this point. I want to also say that I've read every single email, lots of pros and cons, some emails as nasty as can be, and some emails as friendly and as polite and as respectful as possible. My own 2 kids will probably continue to wear masks, and that is their choice. So, and I want to acknowledge, Brian indicated earlier what the teacher survey was, and I'm mindful that there are some teachers that have concerns about, kids not wearing masks and having a potential impact with regard to COVID. I think that it is time to move forward, and I hope that this is the last time that we'll have to visit this. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Farrow. Others?
I do just want to caution that, yes, looking at Washtenaw and Monroe County data, that things are trending down, except I did notice over the last week that in Monroe County, the ICU has trended up again. I could support attachment B, but what I would like the district to consider, because with a greater population unmasked and the transmission rates are still at a high level in both counties, it does put more risk. Puts more risk for our staff, more risk for our students. And if the district could provide enhanced masks, the KN95s, for our staff and for those students that families request, provide one mask a day. And then if staff notices that the students that are requesting these masks are not wearing them, then we can inform the parents that we will not, the Milan area schools will not be providing that anymore.
Wait, did you say we're not going to be providing masks?
If our staff notice that students that are, families that are requesting masks for their students, the students are not wearing them, then we would then inform the families that we would not be providing for them, those students anymore.
Brian, that's an important question, though. Are we still going to provide masks like we do? Did I miss that in the recommendation? I apologize if I did.
Yes, we would continue to provide masks. We have provided KN95 and N95 masks to staff. We have the surgical masks for students, sheerly because of the numbers that they go through, sometimes multiple in a day. Also, everyone should know that masks, N95 masks, are available at several establishments in Milan for free now under a government program. I know that you can get them at Kroger and CVS. There are probably other places as well. So families that choose to remain masked and want to wear a higher quality N95 mask can also get those for free at a lot of local establishments under a government program.
There was a table of them at CVS earlier this week.
Other comments?
I did just kind of want to chime in on one part of this that Brian read about, because we have heard from families and from some staff members who are immunocompromised and are concerned. And I was glad to see that Brian put that those will be handled on a case-by-case basis so that we can meet the needs of everybody in that situation. As somebody who works in very close proximity with small groups as an educator, I can understand where some of those teachers and staff are coming from. So I wanted to thank Brian for mentioning that, because I think that's really important. Because, I come at this decision as a board member, but also as an educator, because I don't separate what I do for a job from this, because they come hand in hand. And I've been in a situation where I've been teaching full-time in a mask every single day since we went back to school last school year. And although we're accused of a lot of things, and one of them is taking our personal background away from it, which I also don't believe in, because I'm not looking at that as a political view. I'm looking at that as also somebody who's the mother to a frontline worker who 2 weeks out of nursing school at graduating from U of M volunteered in the ICU at U of M for COVID patients, and nobody can speak for that person, because until you've done that job, you have no idea. And even as a mother, I have no idea, because, so anyway, the thing that bothers me about that is that I do not want to take away the value of our healthcare workers, and some of them did speak tonight. But that is important to me as an individual and as a human being, and I will not allow somebody to take that right away from me to come at this decision that way. But like I said, as an educator, I can't separate myself from that either. So, Brian, again, thank you for pointing that out, because I know that we will have some teachers who will want to adjust their routines and how they may do things, and I don't want repercussions to come back on them because of that. But I will support this as well.
Thank you, Ms. Macchio. Others?
So I too support making the mask optional. I have concern about the buses. Bus drivers have a tough job, and when we allow the kids to not mask all day and then ask them to put mask on, I think that could be incredibly distracting and potentially dangerous. So I think we need to brainstorm or come up with ways that we're going to support the bus drivers, because we're putting them in a very difficult position.
And I was not able to vote in August, and I think I made my position very clear, so I'm sure it's not a surprise. I was very much for recommendation and choice then. I am very excited that we are looking to be moving towards choice now. I think it's recommend and we choice, and it's about time that we go forward and be responsible with the choices that we make, and appreciate the choices that one another make, and as was pointed out earlier, unite under those choices and be respectful and go forth with the choice of each and every individual.
Thank you. I appreciate Ms. Bennick's invitation to explain some thinking and how I consider my decisions, so I'm going to walk through those. The board has received several emails in regards to this. 85% were in support of optional masking, 15% were in support of masking. We received emails from community members, we received emails from staff, and so those were considered and responded to. As you know, there was a survey performed, we used that as a data point. We also heard back from that that there was some concerns about the inconsistencies, even on both sides of the issue. So although we may think the survey may not be useful, both sides had the same concern that others were going to overfill the survey. So I think that's why I just use that as a data point. It gives us some information that we can go from. I do take a look at the teacher and the educator, the staff survey, because though that was required, Mr. Gearbaugh was able to verify those email addresses. So I take that survey as a data point as well. I attend events at schools. I see people that wear masks, people that don't wear masks. I take that as a data point. As I look at things, as I attend things, I can see people that wear masks and don't wear masks. I shop in Milan. I go to various stores and I can see people wear masks and not wear masks, and I take that as a data point. I have conversations with people. I have neighbors. I involved with the soccer club. I talk with people that are a part of that soccer club, and I take their viewpoints into consideration. I have a son in the school district, and he has friends, and I look at how he interacts and how they attend things, and I take that as a data point into my consideration. I have a relative that works in the district, and I take her viewpoint as a data point, and I have another relative that attends school, and I take his viewpoint as a data point as well. So there are many things that this board considers. I know I consider it myself. We just don't make decisions right here we don't live at this table. We live in Milan. We interact with people in Milan. So those are all things that we can take into consideration
when we have those conversations. I also look at data. I looked at the data just today for Washtenaw County. There's currently 649 cases. The positivity rate right now is 4.93%, which is a decrease of 1.3% from 2 weeks ago. I look at the percent of population that's greater than 5 years old that's fully vaccinated. That's 73.7%. I also look at the Monroe County data. They had 159 cases. Their case rate per 100,000 is 105.65, and they had a positivity rate of 8.83%, which is a decrease of 5.94%. And their percent of population that's vaccinated is 58.8%. So I look at that decision that we made back in August, because at that time, there was a certain population of our students from 5 to 12 that were not able to be vaccinated. And the board wanted to consider that. And we did. And the vaccine became available for that group, and those that wanted that vaccine took that vaccine. So that's a difference from our decision in August. Obviously, we know a lot more about the virus since August. There are a lot of medicines available. There's a lot of treatments available for the virus. I am not a medical expert. I will continue to say it. I have no problem saying I'm not a medical expert. I wish I was paid like a medical expert, but I'm not a medical expert. But I trust that the people at the Washtenaw County Health Department are medical experts. That's what they went to school for. That's what we're here as educators. We're educating people in certain things that lead to their careers. And that's what we want our students to aspire to. So if we want our students to aspire to a job with the Washtenaw County Health Department, and we want to trust them when they work for the Washtenaw County Health Department, I think it's our duty as a community to trust the Washtenaw Community Health Department when they make these recommendations to us. This board has been consistent in saying that we will follow the guidelines of the Washtenaw County Health Department. The Washtenaw County Health Department has issued new guidance. Mr. Gearbaugh has considered that guidance. He is in contact with superintendents in Washtenaw County, which I think is appropriate because we live next to these people, we shop with these people, we attend events with these people. They are our neighbors too. It's appropriate for him to have those conversations. So again, this board has been consistent in saying that we're going to follow the Washtenaw County Health Department. And they have come out with this new guidance, and I will support this new guidance. But I appreciate a lot of the people that came up and said we need to start over. We need to have respect. We need to move forward. This is a new recommendation. We're listening to the guidance from the Washtenaw County Health Department. Let's have respect for it and move forward. Any other comment? All right. It's been moved by Heike, supported by Farrow, to approve the superintendent's recommendation as included in attachment B1. Ms. Heike.
Landingham.
Yes.
Macchio.
Yes.
Sislo.
Yes.
Farrow.
Yes.
Freight.
Yes.
Heike, yes. Kiger.
Yes.
Motion carries 7-0.
Next on the agenda is back to public comment. Reminder that this meeting is a meeting of the Board of Education in public for the purpose of conducting the school district's business and is not to be considered a public meeting. There are 2 times for public participation during the meeting as indicated in the agenda. When addressing the board, you will be asked to state your name. The board determines the amount of time granted to individuals or groups to speak. Each person shall be allowed to speak for up to 3 minutes. I'll give you a 30-second warning, and when the timer beeps, I ask you to finish your thought. Board members may question speakers, but are not obligated to answer questions or make statements or commitments in response to issues raised by the public. In general, such items will be referred to the superintendent for advisement, investigation, study, and/or recommendation, or designated as future agenda items for board consideration. And I also want to know, the one thing I forgot to say is that the board also does consider public comment. And I did keep track that we had 91% that spoke for optional masking and 9% that spoke for keeping the requirement as is. If there's anybody who would like to address the board, please come to the microphone.
Thank you all, not for taking away the mask, but just thank you for everything you guys do. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. McElvaney.
Andrea Bennick, and thank you, Mr. Sislo, for breaking down your decision-making process. I appreciate the insight into your line of thought and what you consider when making decisions that affect the entire community. So thank you for that. I find it incredibly disheartening when Trustee Freight brings up a concern, and several members of the community have brought up a concern about the recording of minutes and the way that they are kept so that they are accessible to the public. And there was not one note of support, with the exception of Mrs. Landingham, who said that she advises the communication committee to look into that. Transparency is important. We are living in a time where trust in elected officials is really, really low. And a way to bolster that trust is to maintain record keeping and allowing those records to be available easily to the public. And to see a board completely isolate another member of that board is quite frankly dysfunctional and disgusting. Nobody would want to be put in that situation where they are standing alone trying to make a point and completely unsupported by their cohorts. I really, really implore the board to reconsider Ms. Freight's request and many members of the community's request to summarize public comment, to summarize board member comments. It is a record. It is a record of elected officials' concerns. It is a record of community concerns. It is a record of support for different initiatives. It is a record of what action items we are requesting as a community. It is necessary. Please reconsider your positions on this. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bennick.
Hello, my name is Carrie Carvinen Gutierrez. I'm a mother of 2 Milan area school students. I have a spouse who works for the district, and I'm a professor of epidemiology at the University of Michigan School of Public Health. I've reached out to you early in the pandemic about some of my concerns with the transmission rates and the need for mitigation strategies within the school, and I'm so grateful for the work that your board has done to be extremely thoughtful and diligent in following the data. Obviously, I'm a public health practitioner. I am admittedly not an infectious disease epidemiologist. My expertise is in women's health and midlife aging, which has become increasingly important to me and relevant as I get older. But I have trained many of the workers at the Washtenaw County Health Department. I have students who are now working at the CDC, and I am an epidemiologist at heart and one who follows data. Therefore, I'm extremely grateful, and I agree with the recommendation from the Washtenaw County Health Department to lift the mask mandate, and I understand the board's rationale in doing so. We're in a different place right now with this pandemic than we were early on. Early on, we had never had an epidemiologist or other medical practitioner who had ever seen or worked with the virus we know as SARS-CoV-2. This was a brand new virus. We had not had an epidemiologist or medical practitioner who had worked with a pandemic on this scale. We haven't had a pandemic like this since 1918. And so we are training a generation of public health practitioners to learn how to deal with these pandemics and be agile. So in the beginning, we were offering cloth masks as a way to mitigate. Those cloth masks were not protecting the individual. They were protecting those who that individual may have interacted with. We are now at a different phase of the pandemic. We understand the virus, we understand the transmission much more than we did before, and we now have masks that can protect ourselves. We have KN95s, we have KF94s, we have choices. And so because of that, I do respect the board's decision and the health department's decision. I'm grateful for the comments made by Superintendent Gearba and Mr. Sislo, however, that we need to keep an eye on the data. We think we're in a great place right now in this pandemic. Our rates have come down, our cases have come down, our deaths have come down. But if you actually look at the data from where we are today compared to a year ago, we are in the exact same place. This virus continues to ebb and flow and surge, and I hope that we will continue to watch this data and continue to be agile in our recommendations as we learn more about this virus. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name's Luis Barnett. I'm glad you guys decided to follow the guidelines. It's shocking that you had to take a poll and have the community divided and on pins and needles to see how it went, when you could have just avoided all this turmoil and just let everybody be at ease, knowing that, hey, you know what, we're in a different phase. Like the lady before stated, things have changed. Instead, boards across this country they're dividing people. And I'd like you to know that parents are fed up with that. I mean, why can't you guys just focus on education instead of just dividing people? Thank you.
Thank you.
Mandy Aronson, I just wanted to say I'm an OR nurse. I wear masks all day long, changing them after every patient. N95s are the best masks to wear if you're trying to use them for viral protection. N95s also need to be changed probably every 2 hours because when you're wet, they're not protecting you from anything. These that you're having at the door, they actually said store in a cool, dry place and avoid high temperatures, humidity, and direct sun for extended periods of time. Our children are in these extended periods of time, breathing humidity. It doesn't do anything for them. I'm just saying, when you're talking about putting the kids in masks and putting them in N95s, think about the reason and why, and do your research for the masks that you're putting them in.
Thank you.
Ashley St. Clair. I want everybody to just take a deep breath and think about when the pandemic and lockdown first happened and how we as a community came together and we were leaving meals on each other's porches. We had an entire Facebook group of grown women ding-dong doorbell ditching bottles of wine and snacks on each other's porches. The divide that has happened in this community in those 2 years, it breaks my heart. And I really, truly hope that now that the masking issue is done for now, for forever. I really hope that we can get back to the point where we want to leave meals on neighbors' porches and drop bottles of wine off at people's houses and just respect each other as being people in this community who are doing the best we can for our kids and for ourselves and for this world around us, and to stop just being so divided and angry and accusatory and finger pointing. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you, Ms. Sinclair.
Hi, Rachel Hobbs. I'm going to piggyback off of Andrea Bennick's comments. It's something that I have approached the board about many, many times about the minutes. and having that transparency, having it as a means of communication. I know that we had a communication meeting Monday, but there's been no report on that. And we don't see the communications getting better. We see them getting worse. And I do support what Ms. Freight said, that, you know, these board minutes, they don't need to be verbatim, but summary is fine. And when the issue was first raised about the board minutes, it wasn't about public comments. It was 3.5 pages of Brian's comments, not the public, not the board. So there's a real issue here. When you cut out the public comments and when you cut out board comments, why are you doing that? Are you doing it to be transparent? Because that doesn't seem like that's the case. So you're hiding something. We don't understand, and you can explain all that you want, that it's the MSAB, that you're following the requirements, I will say the bare minimum requirements. But I think that you owe it to the community to do just a little bit more. We've asked for it. Please consider making a change. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hobbs.
And there's been a lot of nice words today. Obviously, everybody here supports you guys, and a lot of people over here don't support you guys. Respect is a two-way street, and there's been very little respect, if any, from this board to the parents that have come out here week after week, month after month, year after year, trying to get you guys to see data that you're not looking at. It's clear to me that the data you guys looked at was only data that supported your positions, your political positions, okay? The data's been available from day one, proving masks don't work. There's no debate on this issue. Since the 1800s, they've had debates on masks and the proof that masks don't work in pandemics, because they have to be changed regularly. They have to be made of a special material. You have to be specially trained, okay? Ignorance is bliss, people. Ignorance is bliss, and you guys are clearly ignorant, okay? You don't deserve to be running the school board. You don't deserve to be in charge of the students in this district, okay?
Mr. Cruz, we don't
You
deserve
have
to
to
be
listen to
called-
me. You have to listen. It's my First Amendment right. You signed on to this. You got elected. You have to listen to me. I'm allowed.
You don't deserve to be called ignorant, though.
I can call you whatever I want. Ignorant is just basically meaning unaware, okay? You can take it as a negative or not, your choice, okay? You guys are clearly unaware using data that supports your position. Instead of the data, these parents bent over backwards, did all the research, gave you alternative points of view with data from not unbiased sources, and you chose to ignore it. Okay? You guys are responsible for where the school district is right now. You guys are responsible for the failure of the school district to address this situation. None of your mitigation efforts worked. I don't care what any of these parents said. Not one mitigation effort worked. Why? Because you can't mitigate a virus, okay? It can't be mitigated. The masks don't work no matter how you wore it, no matter what you did. Social distancing doesn't work. They proved that beyond a shadow of a doubt, okay? You guys aren't medical experts. You just admitted it. Start following the law. Start following what people are asking you to do. Give parents choice instead of going, oh, we're going to elect. Okay, we're going to go ahead and allow you to have choice. You never should have instituted a mask policy in the first place. That's just ignorance on your part. You're not deserving of the positions you hold, and you should resign.
My name is Annette Kennedy. I would just like to continue what I wasn't able to continue earlier, or finish rather, and I would like my comments noted in the minutes, please. I find it interesting that the board continually says how they were following the guidelines of the Washtenaw County Health Department. Right on the Washtenaw County Health Department's website, when I was being continuously pursued and threatened by Mr. Gerbaugh and Mr. Shin. It said right on the Washtenaw County website at that time, it is further ordered that this order, meaning the mask recommendation, shall not apply to the following persons. E was persons who have a medical reason for non-compliance with this order confirmed in writing from a medical doctor, MD, or doctor of osteopathic medicine, DO, currently licensed in, sorry, I'm having trouble, licensed in practice medicine in the state of Michigan. And again, I showed my letter to you, Mr. Gerbaugh, and you chose to ignore the Washtenaw County website's recommendation. You continued to threaten me with a no trespassing order. You continued to threaten to have me arrested. You finally did let me come to my daughter's senior night when she was going to be the only one out there without a parent because my husband has a late lab that night. Mr. Shin sent me threatening email when he saw me at a meet after you had given me permission to go isolate in an area in the stands, not go near other people. He sent me a threatening email. When I responded to him, you jumped right to his defense and said, oh, he wasn't aware that we came to an agreement. But I never heard from Mr. Shin again. I never got an apology. I just find it really, really disappointing, disconcerting that you four big men came after this little woman with disabilities, repeatedly came after me, said you were following the Washtenaw County website, the health department website, when you clearly were not. When I pointed that out to Mr. Shin, that you had let me, you had given me you were gracious enough, I am being sarcastic, to let me show up. I never heard another word from him. No apology, nothing. I think you and Mr. Shin, minimum, owe me an apology for the way you treated me during this. I missed my daughter's swim season and my son's swim season. It was my daughter's senior year. The few times when I was there, I was up there, I was constantly waiting for someone to come after me because of your treatment of me, because I have disabilities. That's wrong, and you should be ashamed of yourself.
Are there others?
So I'm glad that you guys made the decision that you did, and I didn't even prepare this statement. It was brought to my attention. I'm really proud of a lot of people that stood up, that never stood up and spoke before. I'm really proud especially of all these kids that got involved, regardless of what even side that they took. Just the fact that they were willing to stand up here, which there are a lot of adults who can't even do that. It was brought to my attention, though, that there are people that are sitting right here in this front row there that were making snide comments about students. The word that was used was vile comments about the students that were coming up here to speak. The adults were saying that about the children. These are the same people that are on social media saying that people that agree with my stance on things are the ones who are hateful. Let that sink in for a second. By the way, one of those adults, I believe, is one of our newer city council members as well. So is that what's going to be said if Milan community members attend city council meetings and have a concern or have an important thing to say to their local government officials, which they have a civic duty, responsibility, and right to do, by the way? So the fact, I mean, I don't care about the people that came up here and said things that disagree with me. I still respect them for being able to come here and say it, and they have every right to do so. They had every right to do so, and if they are concerned about COVID and they want a mask and they want their children masked, I support their right to do that. And I would never allow my child to be able to make their child feel badly about that decision. That is how I feel. I feel that way about my side of things and the people that agree with me, and I feel that about yours and your children. And I am so disappointed that you can't say the same. I think you're a bunch of hypocrites.
Thank you, Ms. Floyd.
Kirk DeMars. I'd like to request my comments are stated in the minutes as well. Some positives. I was, like I said earlier, I was able to watch you guys' meeting from the last time. I wasn't able to be here, but there was some great things that have been going on in the meetings lately. Tonight's I missed as well because I was late coming from church, but it is really nice. It's one of the things that I will agree with the board on lately is that you guys are having the schools in, you're able to have the schools back in and given their statuses of things that have been going on. So that's been really nice. I mean, it's for somebody that's kind of a rookie for board meetings, you know, that's an interesting thing for me to experience. to see what's going on in different schools, the positives that they have going on. I will say, my sister, who has a child in, I believe it's Simons at is it DeSarbo? Am I saying his name right?
Yeah, that would
she
be-
has a lot of great things to say about him. And from just her experience, the things that she says, I wish my kids could have been in the district at the time that he was there. So those are some things that are going great. I'm glad that some people have got up and spoke about the students and their academic achievements. Like we all say here, whether it's true or not from all of us, our reasoning is to be here for the students, for our children, you know, and to really lift them up in their accomplishments, whether it's athletics, academics. So, I mean, that's really cool, the things that are going on. And I'll reiterate what I said earlier about your students that were here tonight. I kind of said it sarcastically in my first statements tonight, but I really do mean it. Last time, you guys really felt strongly about that student coming here and speaking what's passionate to her. You had students show up tonight. And I mean, whether that weighed in or not, you know, I guess I'll just say that, you know, I feel as strongly as some folks on both sides of this issue on some things. But I don't see this decision tonight as a victory for those of us that really don't want to be in masks. And what I mean by that is I don't really support you guys' decision to fully support the Washtenaw County Health Department all the time. Because all that means is as soon as we have a spike, we come back from spring break, you can require masks to be back on, if that's what the county health department suggests again. So I look at this as a positive tonight for someone in my shoes, but not a victory.
30 seconds.
This issue is terribly divisive in our culture. And I hope, like a lot of people said tonight, that we can learn how to disagree, but do it without being disagreeable. Be able to have conversations civilly as human beings and disagree with one another respectively. Thank
you, Mr. Morris.
Hi there, my name is Tricia Parker. Back when the students ages 5 and 12 were starting to get vaccinated, my daughter was confronted by a few of her friends saying, you need to get vaccinated. You need to talk to your parents about getting you vaccinated. I don't believe that 5 to 12-year-olds should be vaccinated, and for other kids her age, her peers, to be telling them to talk to their parents to get vaccinated. With that being said, she was getting bullied by some of the other kids in her grade, amongst being bullied for various other reasons. I'm just hoping that, yes, now that you're going with the CDC rules and Washtenaw County Health Department, I am really hoping that the peers that are, that are not going to wear their masks are not going to get bullied by other kids their age that are insisting that, yes, they need to be wearing their masks. And I'm just wanting to see if even the teachers would be willing to talk to their students on not pushing that by other kids their age. And really, I think that's something that does need to be brought up. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Parker.
Debbie Allen. I just wanted to, and Ashley brought up about respect, and I'd like to reiterate the fact of people do need to be respectful. Not everybody knows what personal choices people have had to make throughout this whole pandemic. Until you've walked in somebody's shoes, you should never judge somebody else for those decisions that they have to make. I know I've watched a lot of stuff on social media, people cutting people off because they can't just agree to disagree and respect other people's choices. And I think it's wrong. It's sad to see the divide that's come. Out where I live, Ashley, I don't live in town. I live out of town. We still have the whole neighborly thing. We drop stuff off on people's porches. We have people who are at different comfort levels. In fact, we have some friends who are still on lockdown as if it was the early stage of the pandemic, and we do whatever we can to help them because we respect their choice, because that's what they're comfortable with, as they respect everyone else in our neighborhood who has different levels of comfort. And I really think that's what it should be, and people need to stop disrespecting one another over this whole thing, and stop stop being mean. It's really, how we expect our kids to be respectful if they see people being, others being disrespectful to one another. And we really need to step it up a notch on the respect.
Thank you, Ms. Allen.
Hello, Shannon Darwayne. I didn't plan on speaking tonight because I wanted to give other people space here, people that felt very passionate about the topic, especially around masks. And what I do feel bad about is the way this board, the board that we all elected, have been treated. We sit and watch. See people flipping you off during comments? I mean, I agree, I won't call out names. I agree with those that came up and talked about respect. We all need to respect each other. Completely agree. I also want to acknowledge that there were city elected officials here today, not only to support our community, but because we are parents. We are parents of kids in these schools, and it's important to us. We have a vested interest. I want to end by saying, again, thank you for another reason to the board. I do have 3 kids here. 2 of them receive support services, and the kids have never been better educationally, at least in my experience and those that I speak to. Despite COVID, despite all the challenges, you did still put education first. So again, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Wayne. Are there others? Thank you for those comments. Next on the agenda is superintendent comments. Mr. Gerbo.
Thank you. Just a few brief things to share. We want to remind all of our families that throughout this school year, full meal equivalent breakfasts and lunches will be free to all students on scheduled school days. The Distributive Educational Clubs of America, better known to you as DECA, is an association of marketing students that encourages the development of business and leadership skills through academic conferences and competitions. Milan High School has a DECA chapter run by Mrs. Schlack. Our club had several students perform very well at their district competition in January. Evan Morlock was a finalist and an RP medal winner. Elaine Varney was a finalist and an RP medal winner. Zachary Heika and Ella Brissett, thank you, were finalists and RP medal winners. Aubrey Bukowski and Josie Rumsey were alternates and RP medal winners. Maya Ross and Rachel Taylor were alternates. Chloe Fedoroff was a finalist, an RP medal winner, and an exam medal winner. Sophie Satorino was a finalist, an RP medal winner, and an exam medal winner. And Delaney Higgins and Hannah Segrist were finalists and RP medal winners. So we had a tremendous number of students for a district our size that did phenomenal things at the district competition for DECA, and we congratulate all of those students. I do want to inform the board that we did have a student walkout today. A student did share some of the information with me, and I responded that we would not be disciplining students who chose to stand up and walk out, but I did let that student know that all school rules would be followed. Those school rules include signing out when you leave the building and wearing masks while in the building. So those were 2 school rules that we asked them to follow. I was told that unlike previous walkouts, that this walkout would start at 1:30 and last the remainder of the day. In order to prevent disruption from students coming in and out of the building, we did let the students know that if they chose to be a part of the walkout, that they would be leaving the building for the remainder of the day. We were told by the organizers that the event would last for the remainder of the day. That's why those rules were implemented. Mr. DeSarbo, our Paddock principal, was nominated and selected as an Excellence in Education Award winner by the Michigan Lottery. The Michigan Lottery established this weekly award in 2014 to recognize outstanding Michigan public school educators.
It is my understanding from the people at the lottery department that I spoke with that Mr. DeSarbo is actually the first principal ever nominated to receive this award. We're very proud of Mr. DeSarbo, and if you just Google the Excellence in Education Award, you will be able to see both a short and a long video of Mr. DeSarbo explaining why he does what he does and why he is so passionate about education. Some other staff announcements. Amy Cretin, a Milan High School teacher consultant, resigned effective March 7th. Andrea Kaplan, a middle school teacher consultant, resigned effective March 4th. We're sad to share with you that Todd Federer, a Milan High School teacher, lost his stepfather recently. I want to let everyone know that the biannual review of the district's Emergency Operations Plan, or EOP, has been performed in conjunction with the Milan Police Department as required, and that update has been reported to MDE. I want everyone to know that a reminder that Milan COVID data can be viewed by visiting Milan area schools and clicking on the COVID case data link. Those requirements will remain in effect for the remainder of the school year, and that dashboard will be kept updated with 24-hour notifications and a weekly summary. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gerbo. Assistant Superintendent comments, Mr. McMahon? Thank you. Student board member comments, Ms. Bukowski, thank you for staying with us. Do you have any updates for us?
I have like a little bit to touch on what Mr. Gearboss said about like the DECA students. So today and tomorrow they're taking their exams for the state competition, and it's coming up, and it's in Detroit from March 10th through 12th. Next Saturday, the varsity boys and girls are playing at Little Caesars Arena, and tickets are still on sale till this Friday if you want to purchase them. And then, like Ms. Kill mentioned earlier, students are given the opportunity to participate in internships again. And last time seniors were able to participate in internships was in 2019.
Thank you so much. Next up is board member comments.
Mr. Sislo.
Yes, Mr. Farrell.
I too want to congratulate Sean DeSarbo on receiving an Excellence in Educator Award from the Michigan Lottery. A former student nominated Mr. DeSarbo. The nomination cited how Mr. DeSarbo went above and beyond to help a family through difficult circumstances. Mr. DeSarbo has been an educator for 26 years, and my understanding is that the last 17 have been with Milan area schools. So congratulations to Mr. DeSarbo. A few other things. Milan High School parent-teacher conferences are March 3rd, 4:30 to 8 p.m. Also, a quick thank you to Kim Jasper, the principal of our middle school, for providing me the PowerPoint and related information used at the middle school's recent parent advisory meeting. Also, the Washtenaw County Sheriff's Office and the WISD are providing a virtual professional development session on comprehensive school threat assessments on February 24th at 7 p.m. Also, just a reminder that the ESSER presentation that Mr. Gearbaugh shared with stakeholders on January 27th is available on our website. I did want to make a few comments in response to some of what was said earlier. I have done some self-reflection, and I do want to acknowledge that my tone, my demeanor in the past with specifically Mr. DeMars and Ms. Valade could have been better. And I wanted you to know that. And I apologize if I was less than professional in the past. With regard to the meeting minutes, this should not come as a surprise. You know, I was the one that encouraged the board to go the route that we are currently going in terms of the minutes. We are following the MASB recommendations. Detailed public comments, it's recommended that they not be included in the minutes. It's sufficient to say that public comment was given. A verbatim transcript summary of who said what at our meetings is available to those interested by going to previous Zoom recordings and now links to YouTube recordings, which are available on our website. As I stated previously, the MSB recommends establishing other channels to connect with the public, such as community forums, personal discussions, coffee chats, meetings with the superintendent, forums on the website, surveys, etc. I also relayed that the Communications Committee could consider and address some of the concerns that were highlighted during the public comments. So that is, and then finally, the MASB Winter Institute takes place February 25th to the 27th, and I have signed up for a few of those sessions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Farrow. Others?
I'm happy to go next. I want to congratulate Sean DeSarbo on winning such an amazing award. Sean came to Paddock when my oldest was still at Paddock, so all three of my children have got to experience the wonder that is Mr. DeSarbo. And he is a great gem in this community and in our schools, and I'm so happy that he came, and I'm happy that he continually chooses to stay here. I also want to congratulate Kim Jasper in the middle school on the amazing award that they also won. These are bright, shining examples of the amazing work that our staff is doing in our buildings every day to educate our children, to keep them safe, and prepare them for the world that we're going to send them out into. So I want to thank both of them and their staffs for all the hard work that they do, because I think Sean and Kim would be the first ones to say that while their names are attached to these awards, that there's amazing staff underneath them that make it all possible. So thank you to all of them. I want to thank all of the students that came and spoke tonight. I agree with all the parents that spoke up in support of you. It's hard for adults to do this. It's even harder for kids to do it. So I'm very proud of all of them for participating tonight, and that they learned an important lesson, that this is how democracy works. It's fickle, it's messy, and we don't like it a lot sometimes on both sides, right? But I'm happy that they spoke up and that they participated and got a first-hand view of how government works. As to the meeting minutes, I appreciate the concerns that have been expressed both by Ms. Freight and others in the community. I think that what we need to do is find a way for those types of comments, public concerns, to be conveyed to the community, and the board members' concerns and supports and things that they say to be conveyed to the community. Unfortunately, from my perspective, meeting minutes are not a platform to do that. They are merely a way of communicating to the public the actions that the board took. And that is why we have taken the steps that we have with the meeting minutes. I'm completely open to discussion about that, and I look forward to hearing what the Communications Committee comes back with. I do want to say, and I haven't said much about this next issue very publicly, but after tonight I feel like I should, because I think that people need to know the types of things that disrespectful discourse can lead to. I, in December, had to file a police report because I was the victim of online threats. Because of things that have been said at school board meetings, because of information from my personal Facebook page that was given to other people, I've been a victim of online threats. I was told that I should be shot. There were comments that said things like, "She has 2 black daughters and that should tell you everything you need to know about her." I also received other comments that said I should tread lightly because people are watching. Now, I will candidly say to all of you, none of those comments came from anyone in our community, but there were members of our community who also commented that said there was a lot more information out there. So I completely agree with all of you that we need to get back to how we speak to one another in a respectful way, because This was very stressful not only to me, but my children, my husband. My children have also been, things have been said to them in schools. Right after we passed the mask mandate in August, my son's car had milk dropped all over it. So there are very real issues that happen from the kind of discourse that's been going on for the last several months in this room. And, I pledge to all of you to do my part to get us back to a spot where we are more respectful of one another. But I think, and I said this at a couple meetings ago, that I'm hesitant. And now I hope all of you understand why I'm even more hesitant and have been since December. These are very real issues. And it's not just happening to me, it's happening to school board members across the state and in nearby communities. And so I just hope that everyone keeps that in mind as we are, communicating with one another and communicating with our own counterparts when we debrief after this meeting. Thank you.
Others?
I can go next. So I just want to add my voice to what Michelle said, and that acknowledging the students that came and spoke. I love when the kids come to speak. I think for me, they just carry more weight. They're living the experience. I love hearing what they have to say and what their experience has been in school. It does take an incredible amount of courage to stand at that microphone. And so I commend them, and I commend their parents, who I assume supported and encouraged them to be a part of this process. It was really great to have them all here. Milan is a really special place. I believe that really strongly. And I heard what was said tonight, and several people articulated it really well. We've let this issue become really divisive. And I said it in my comments last time, I'm gonna say it tonight, and I'm probably gonna say it the next time, and until we start to see some healing across this divide, we really need to come back to focusing on the kids. It's about education and about the students, and I think we all have allowed, and I mean all, have allowed these issues to divide us in a way that's really unhealthy. And I think that it's not irreparable, but I think there's some work that needs to be done. On a separate topic, the Communications Committee had our first meeting this week. I did not ask permission to share this from my fellow committee members, so I apologize if I'm overstepping. So we spent most of the meeting, or not most, we spent some of the meeting introducing ourselves because most of the people don't necessarily know each other. So we did introductions for a while. And then we discussed with them, we really wanted to find out what is their perception of how our decisions get made, right? So Andrew kind of ran down his process tonight, but we really wanted to know from the committee, what's your perception of what's going on up here? Because I think that there's a lot of power in the perception, and so I've got pages of notes and really good suggestions and things that we're really excited to get working on. So thank you again to that committee for being willing to spend well over an hour.
2 hours.
It was supposed to be an hour, it was 2. But I'm really excited about that committee. I think that they really great perspectives, lots of diverse backgrounds and expertise, and so I'm excited to get this, to dig into some of that work. And that's all for me tonight.
Others? A couple things with transparency. I mean, these meetings they're broadcast live and they are recorded, so you can get the tone and the tenor of these meetings, which I think is more valuable than anything that's written. I think there's a lot lost in written communication as far as email and text. I've witnessed it myself where there's a lot of things that are misinterpreted. So I'd see the value in the broadcast that you can get the entire story in the broadcast, and there's nothing to hide in the broadcast. I mean, it's all there for those to see. The Communications Committee did meet Monday, and this would be the first time that we'd be able to provide any update. So it was a great meeting. I appreciate those members that came and gave their feedback. There is there's a lot of excitement and there's a lot of great ideas that I think we can work towards in that effort. And I do appreciate all the kids coming this evening to tell us their views and their perspectives on this issue on both sides. We heard on both sides, so it is difficult for those kids. It's difficult for some adults. I recognize that, but I do appreciate the kids because that's who we are. That's why we're here. They are here for us to serve. So, with that, is there any other comment?
If I may, Mr. Sisler?
Sure, Ms. Freight.
I just want to reiterate that honesty, integrity, following our policies are incredibly important to me, and I am incredibly proud of all of the individuals, our students from kindergarten up, that came and instilled all of that type of character by witnessing in front of us and showing us and telling us their opinions and their thoughts. It takes an awful lot to do that, and I'm exceptionally proud of each and every one.
Thank you, Ms. Freight. Any others? All right, at this time, we are going to go into closed session to consider student discipline. When we come back, that'll be the only item for action. You're welcome to stay for that, but that'll be the only item for action when we return from closed session. So at this time, I need a motion to enter into closed session pursuant to Section 8B of the Michigan Open Meetings Act and upon request of the student's parent guardian for the purpose of conducting a hearing to consider the discipline of a student whose identity is known to the board as student 2021-2022-2.
Moved by Farrow.
Support by Heika.
Been moved and supported by Heika. Ms. Heika.
Ms. Macchio.
Yes.
Mr. Sislo.
Yes.
Mr. Farrow.
Yes.
Ms. Freight.
Yes?
Heika, yes. Ms. Kiger.
Yes.
Ms. Landingham.
Yes.
Motion carries 7-0.
Going into closed session at 10:32. Thank you for attending this evening. Drive home safely.
I'm so tired. Me too. Drive carefully, okay?
All right, return to open session at 11:08. I need a motion to expel student 2021-2022-2 in accordance with the attached resolution.
So moved. Support by Landingham.
Been moved by Macchio, supported by Landingham to expel student 2021-2022-2 in accordance with the attached resolution. Ms. Heike? Yes.
Yes.
Yes?
Yes.
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 Meeting is adjourned at 11:09.